mean, I think the first thing appropriate, we should start with the Torah. Start up saying over a word from the Maimer. The Maimer that I'm sure everybody learned about the Tzava today. And in the Maimer, I mean, we all learned the Maimer. We learned the Maimer. I'm sure all of us learned the Maimer many, many times. The Nakuda of the Maimer is, I mean, there's two Nakudas. Let's just say over, not the Pchinas Chiddush, sagen lieber. Says the first Nakuda of the Maimer, we'll say the Chiddush, one of the Chiddushim on the Maimer. I'm not saying a Chiddush of the Rebbe, I'm saying, no, the Rebbe is asking a kasha that L'chura, on one hand, the Maimer, the Friedrich Rebbe's Maimer, is speaking about the union of Atzah Tetzaveh, that Moshe Rabbeinu connects Yidden with the Eibishter, and he connects Yidden with the Eibishter, and what does he accomplish? The union that it causes that the Urei Emunah, that there should be, he's a Raya Mehemna, and what's that Raya Mehemna? He's Mamshech, that their Emunah should be B'pnimius. That's the Taish V'Atzah Tetzaveh. He's Mamshech that by Yidden the Emunah should be B'pnimius. That's on one hand. And then Behemshech L'zeh, he starts speaking about Kosis Lamor. He starts speaking about Kosis Lamor. That through Kosis you reach the Mor. With the Pashtus Advarim is it's two separate inyanim. There's an inyan that Moshe Rabbeinu is Mamshech the Emunah B'pnimius. That's one inyan. Moshe is Mamshech the Emunah B'pnimius. And the Pashtus, the word is, through how does that happen? Through Amshachas Hadas. Through the fact Amunah could be b'pchinas makif, there could be an union of ganva pumachtarta rachmona karya, and Moshe Rabbeinu is mamshech das, and through das, the Amunah is nimshach b'pnimius. That's l'chura on the pashtus tekeifen. And over here, there's another union that through that there's a union of kosis, which is kosis is lamor. Through kosis you megala the more. That's al derech ichveis. You'd say in Tanya it says that when a person that even a kal shebekalim is meisen nafshal k'dush Hashem, when there's a goy standing and trying to get him to be able to be the zara. So what happens is nizgala, the chiddush benefesh, the lashon and tanya over there is the Eidin Sov Baruch Hu, which is shaded in Chochmah, Eidin Sov Mamish, which is shaded in Chochmah. So through that it becomes nizgala. L'chura is two separate in yon. That's l'chura the shaila that the Rebbe asks. What's the connection between these two in yon? So what's the teretz to this shaila? The teretz to this shaila is that when you say that Moshe Rabbeinu is Re'ei Emunah, what's Taichi's Re'ei Emunah? Taichi's Re'ei, normally you'd learn Re'ei Emunah is Pshat, he's Mamshech Das. There's a Inyan Emunah B'Pchinas Makif. And he's Moshe Rabbeinu is Mamshech Das. It says in Perek Mem Beis, in the Zayin Re'im, the Ikr is Dikar Re'ei, is Mamshech Das. It says, sometimes the Loshem and the Sati Eisa B'Satcha V'Mtecha, that there's certain madregas of people that are neshamas which are b'chinas zera behema, and he's mamshech das, Esav. He's mamshech das. That's the first of shah. The Rebbe teaches that in the union of Amunah there could be two types of Amunah. There could be an Amunah. Says the Chassidus from what justifies Amunah? L'chura, seichel is seichel. What justifies Amunah? You believe. What means you believe? What does you believe? Wie stimmt es bar seichel to believe? There's seichel and belief. L'chura doesn't stim. So what's the teretz? The teretz is that there's a neshama l'mayla. There's two teretz. One teretz is that the neshama l'mayla sees a likus, and since the neshama l'mayla sees a likus, so that reflects in the neshama l'mata that the neshama believes in a likus. The neshama l'mata is an extension of the neshama l'mayla. There's two neshamas. The ikar neshama is the l'mayla. The ikar neshama is l'mayla. And the reflection of there's a array of the neshama l'mata in the guf. Neshama l'mayla sees a likus. Neshama l'mata it doesn't see a likus. Neshama l'mata is the chlamata. Memela, but the neshama l'mata is an extension of the neshama l'mayla. So the fact that the neshama l'mayla is real likus reflects in the neshama l'mata that it should be marked. It should also have a hagosh in the likus. It should have emunah in the likus. That's one beer in emunah. Just why a yid is a maimin. Another beer why a yid is a maimin. Another beer is because It's a different word. The word is because be'etzem, a yidn alikus is one thing. What says be'etzem, a yidn alikus is one thing. So it's not the pshad, there's an Eibishter, and there's a yid, and the yid knows about the Eibishter. How does he know about the Eibishter? He heard about the Eibishter, or he sees the gilu to the Eibishter is b'pchinas riyah, which is the neshama l'mayla. All these in Yonim, the pshat is Shador Eibishter and Shador the Yid, and there's the awareness of the Eibishter. And the question is how strong the awareness came. Does the awareness come through Riyah? Does the awareness come in the Eifin of Emunah? Because the Riyah somehow reflects. The Amis, a Yid and the Eibishter are one. That's what we said. The Yid and the Eibishter are one. What the Yid and the Eibishter is one. It's just like you'll say, how do you know that you're here? How do you know you're here? So you'll say, I have right. I look in the mirror. I see myself. I'm here. I know I'm here because I'm here. That's me. I don't have to ask you how you know you're here. I mean, there are these philosophies, all kind of, but al derech haposhet. When a person, a normal mensch, say, how do you know you're here? You know you're here because you're here. An awareness to say Yediyas Atzmei. When Tanya speaks about Yediyas Atzmei, there's a music called Yediyas Atzmei, but he knows he's here because he's here. That's an awareness. So al derech zeh, the Neshama and the Eibishter are one. And since the Neshama and the Eibishter are one, so that's his awareness of the Eibishter. His awareness of the Eibishter is similar to his awareness of himself. They're all the same awareness because him and the Eibishter are one. And that's a different type of amunah. That's a different type of amunah. There's an nachama. There's an amunah knowing about the Eibishter, that there's an Eibishter. How much do you know about him? The neshama l'mayla is b'chinas riyah, and that riyah filters down to the neshama l'mata, and the neshama l'mata has amunah. Then there's a madrega of the Eibishter, of the awareness of the Eibishter, not b'chinas riyah, not b'chinas shmiyah, not filtering down. Over there, the pshat is that the Eibishter and the Yid are one. And Memela, that's why he's aware of it. That's why he's aware of it. So these are the two types of amunah. What would be the difference between this amunah and this amunah? So on that, the Rebbe is mazbeh. That's a pashtazach. I mean, the Rebbe is mazbeh that when a person has amunah, pshat is the amunah filters down. When a person has amunah, it filters down. So pshat is that there's an amunah that. There's a Eibishter, and the Neshama L'mayla is Reya, and L'mata he's Maimin, but since in the Neshama L'mata he doesn't have the Reya. So the Amunah which comes down in the Neshama L'mata from the Neshama L'mayla is not L'fiyarke. The Neshama L'fiyarke doesn't have this Reya. Memela, it's managed that this great Gili that the Neshama L'mayla has, which is too great for the Neshama L'mata, comes down and filters down. It has an effect on the neshama l'mata, but it's not the teichen of the neshama l'mata because the neshama l'mata is too great for the neshama l'mata. The mele it comes down in the neshama l'mata that is b'pchinas. It's an inyan of makif. It's the neshama l'mayla is an inyan, which be'efen makif has an effect on the neshama l'mata. That's what happens. Masha'enkin when you have the second type of amunah, which that amunah, the pshat is, we're not talking about neshama l'mayla, neshama l'mata, b'chinas riyah. We're not talking about madregas. We're talking about this is it. This is his mitzvah. This is his mitzvah. His mitzvah and mitzvah. It's not a madrega. It's a high madrega in giluyim that he has a likus. He and the likus are one. This is this one thing. So when it becomes nisgala, this atzmi is the connection. It's kashrus atzmis. He calls it kashrus atzmis. That's kashrus atzmis. That the etzim, there's no two things that have to be connected. They're be'etzim connected. They're not. You don't have to create a bond. They're be'etzim one. When it becomes nisgala, this Indian, so then the yid has a munah. But then that amunah is not the b'chinas makir. That amunah is b'chinas munah. That's the nakud of what he discussed over there in Sifeya, I don't know. I'll call Sifeya. And that's the nakuda of the beer. The says Nabir is azay. When you say Meish Rabbeinu is migal, it causes that the amunah should be b'pnimis. What's pshat Moshe Rabbeinu is Megala and Amunah should be Pnimis? It doesn't only mean that you have a Amunah b'Pchinas Makiv, and it takes that Amunah b'Pchinas Makiv and it brings it down to Pchinas Pnimis. That's not the pshat. I mean, that's also the pshat, but that's not the emes of pshat. The emes of pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu is Megala, the atzmis of a Yid's connection to the Eibishter. That be'etzim, his atzmi is the connection, that be'etzim, him and the Eibishter are one. And since he's Megala, the atzmi is the connection with the Eibishter, so that causes that the Amunah should be B'chinas Pnim. This is everyone learned this. This doesn't the Nekuda from them. That's the Nekuda. That through the, so how does a person, how is Moshe Mamshech, say, how is Moshe Mamshech the Amunah b'Pchinas Pnimius? He's Mamshech the Amunah b'Pchinas Pnimius through the fact that he's Megala, the Atzmi is the connection between the Yid and the Eibishter. The Fizet comes out, it's not the Pshat, you have one thing, and there's another thing, and Moshe is causing it's a third thing. You had already the Amunah b'Pchinas Makiv, and there's a musik that the Amunah should come b'Pchinas Pnimius. Moshe is causing that happen. Moshe is causing to be Megala who you really are, that's what Moshe is Megala. Moshe, Atat Tetzav Bnei Yisrael, he connects Yidden with the Eibishter. Not Pshat, there's a Moshe and there's a you and there's a Eibishter. And Moshe is Megala who you really are, that your connection to the Eibishter is, what happened here? I wasn't on it, start my video. Okay. I think I was on it. I'll call upon him that a Megala that a Yid and the Eibishter, that a Yid and the Eibishter are one. And then that Amunah is B'Pchinas Pnimis. That the Amunah is B'Pchinas Pnimis. So Melo, the Fiz says that Rebbe Masber, that this Inyan, so Melo, what's the taich? What is Moshe? Moshe is Megala the Moir. Moshe is Megala the Atzmis of a Yid. And Melo, the Fiz said, we understand very well that the Inyan of Kosis Lamor and the Inyan of Atat Tetzava are very related. It's not they're not related. They're very related. It's one Inyan. Both Inyanim is to be Megala who a Yid Be'etzem is. That the Megala who a Yid Be'etzem is. That's L'chur Pshat. In them Gufa, Ido Moshe Rabbeinu, which he was Megala who a Yid was, and he is Megala who a Yid is, and that causes you should have das. The Rebbe teaches a Geshmak Teich or that Moshe's Raya Mehamnu Re'eya Muna. See, the Pashto Pshat is he's Mamshech Amunah in Yidden. So it's not Re'eya Muna means he pastures us with Amunah. He pastures the Yidden with Amunah. But if you touch the Pashto Teich or Re'eya Muna means he's pasturing the Amunah. What means pasturing the Amunah? He's pasturing us with the Amunah. So the Rebbe teaches Re'eya Muna means he's bringing the Amunah from a Tiferet art. That's Teich Re'eya Muna. He's bringing the Amunah from a Tiferet. A person has Amunah. But the question is, where is this Amunah coming from? Is this Amunah coming from the fact that the Neshama Ramayl is Re'elikus, or is the Amunah coming from the Atzmis HaNefesh? So the Amunah is the Taich, is bringing the Amunah from a more Pnimistic place. Mainly the Amunah is being fed. The Amunah is being fed from a Pnimistic place. And Memele, and on that comes the word that there's Moshe Rabbeinu, which expresses this Inyan in the fact that it's Mamshech Das. And that's what Moshe Rabbeinu's Der was called a Der Deya, because in them was Nimshach, the Inyan of Moshe Rabbeinu, which is the Inyan of Das. And so the Pnimius of that is that he was Mamshech the Amunah, the Pnimius Pnimius, means he was Megala the Etzem HaNeshama, and Memele was Nimshach into Das. And then there's the Spashtus of the Moshe, B'chol Dara V'Dara, which is also Megala the Etzem HaNeshama and Faket. His Gala of the Etzem HaNeshama, Drik Sechuis Mesiras Nefesh. So because the Rebbe talks about this, noch a word, noch a bissel Chaim, retta bissel Zufel, noch a bissel weiter. That the Inyan of Mesiras Nefesh comes when the Amunah is not, let me say L'chaim, I'll not bissel mer. L'chaim. And there's no one I'm like interacting here. It's like I'm not really seeing anybody either. I don't know exactly. All right, I should see anybody. It's not Nigel. I don't see really anybody. Maybe we see a Nigan. I don't know. This Mendel Katzman was the one that was made of the Nigan before. If nicht to say into Nigunim, maybe a little, I'm not Bechlal into, I'm not sure. Manches like reden, oder I'm looking for a face here that I know. Okay. No, someone is starting a niggin over there. Anyone can talk. Anyone can starting a niggin. Ich red and red and red. Mamshes ain't reden. Other mamshes are sagen l'chaim. If some mamshes ain't sagen l'chaim, then I'm not going to worry. Then I'll stop feeling bad about the fact that I came like a half hour late to this thing. I can't believe it. I feel very, very bad still. But I suppose I'll say enough l'chaim. Maybe I'll stop feeling bad or I'll feel really bad. I'm not sure which one will work. I'm going to say again l'chaim. I don't see any other way to get involved here. L'chaim. Sagen l'chaim, anyways, b'chlal. The Tammuz, it's appropriate. Nicht etwas über the Mas, aber etwas ein bisschen sagen l'chaim. Not really sure. L'chaim, l'chaim. I think when Mamshich talking, l'chaim, talk. Unless somebody wants to start a niggin. I'm not 100% sure how it works. I mean, it's a little bit difficult to talk to a screen. The fact that I don't see mamish anybody. Okay. We were talking, so we're saying that there's two madregas in the Emunah. There's two madregas in the Emunah. And that's the Indian of the Emunah b'pnimis. The Rebbe discusses that there's an Indian called Mesiras Nefesh. I want to, there's an Indian called Mesiras Nefesh. Mesiras Nefesh, what's Mesiras Nefesh? Normally, the Welt understands Mesiras Nefesh, that Mesiras Nefesh means like this. You want to be you. You're you. And there's something else. That's a very, I think what I'm saying now is pshat. I'm not saying it's a alumnus or a tifkai, but I want to say it over clear. This Kila Mesiras Nefesh means like, what does a person normally think Mesiras Nefesh? What is Mesiras Nefesh? Mesiras Nefesh means that there is a situation. Let's say there's an ideal. You have an ideal. There's an ideal. It's a very, very big ideal. You want to go on shlichus. Big ideal. You want to go on shlichus. But on the other hand, you want to be comfortable. You want to be comfortable. You want to eat. You want to be comfortable. And it's the Bible. Lavdafik is gate. You want to be next to your, I don't know. You want to be next to your shviga, maybe place. And in Crown Heights, your shviga lives, and she makes nice potato kugel on Friday. And you want to be there, and your wife wants to be there, and this wants to be there. Everybody wants to be there. But Lepel Mamish, you have a shlichus, and you find yourself in your Huppitzville. And over there, you have no this, you have no this, all kinds of inyan. So what's the pshat Mesiras Nefesh? Mesiras Nefesh is you're giving up all kinds of inyanim because there's a gavaldik ideal. And about the idea, you want to be on shlichus, you want to go on shlichus. That's l'chura. What happened? That's the idea. You want to go on shlichus. So Mesiras Nefesh means you're giving up something for something else. That's l'chura the portion of pshat. What does it mean? Like in the world, mamish Mesiras Nefesh kipshuti, you give up your life. The dearest thing you have is life. You want your life. People want to live. So life is the most important thing to a person. And here, there's a guy that's standing on you, and he's telling you either bow down to Avodah Zarah or I'll kill you. So you're willing not only to give up the potato kugel and the al-andrin, you're willing to give up life itself. Abi, to be able to fulfill the Eibishter's Ratzon. That's l'chura, the Pashta Taj Mesiras Nefesh. So this nefesh means you're giving up things for the Eibishter. That's the Pashta Pshat. But in Chassidus, they talk about Mesiras Nefesh differently. And over here in the Maimer also, it's being brought out. Now that is in Tanya. Pshat is Hazeh. How is it possible that a person should give up his life for the Eibishter? I mean, what's Pshat? Giving up your life. And l'chura, Bishlim, when you're dealing with a Psagresa Bal Madrega, Talking about a grace of Madrega. So it's a big Madrega. It's a big Malmechet. He knows that this is the MS, and he's been giving up things all his life for the Eberster. And Mele is giving up this also for the Eberster. When you're talking about someone that's far from a Baal Madrega, he's very Ish Pashut. Atke dekach, not only is he Ish Pashut, he's bebchinas kal shebekalum apeshi Yisrael. So l'chura, this person that's a kal shebekalum apeshi Yisrael, why is he giving up his life for the Eberster? L'chura, what's going on here? L'chura, he hasn't given up even the smallest comfort for the Eberster. He doesn't give up his smallest comfort for the Eberster. And then now all of a sudden he's willing to give up his life for the Eberster. So what's the pshat? So Alter Rebbe is masber in Tanya that the pshat is, the Alter Rebbe is masber, and here in the Maimer is masber in Yon. The pshat is that a Yid be'etzem is connected to the Eberster. A Yid be'etzem is connected to the Eberster. He has an atzmistic connection to the Eberster. But generally, a person, I mean, it's discussed, a person doesn't feel that when he does an Aveira, he's going away from his atzmistic connection. When it comes to a matzav of Mesiras Nefesh, so it becomes Nizgala, his atzmistic connection to the Eibishter. So that's the pshat. The gather of Mesiras Nefesh, and what's pshat atzmistic connection to the Eibishter? His atzmistic connection to the Eibishter is key. So when he gives away his life for the Eibishter, he's not giving away anything. He's not giving away anything. He doesn't feel he's giving away anything. This is who he is. This is who his real is. It's al derech. To me, it's a mashal. I don't know. I never saw this mashal, but I think it's a good. It's a pashta mashal. You have a person. You'll say a normal person doesn't want to give away his life. A normal person doesn't want to commit suicide. You ask a person. You say, "I have the svaras. Why things would be much better if you commit suicide? You spend your whole life doing this and this and that. And instead of doing that, if you commit suicide, you'll be able to. A person will be masber a person. So nebuch, there are people that are ill that do commit suicide, and everyone understands that it's an illness. But the idea of not committing suicide is not pshat. Why don't you commit suicide? Rabbi Yale has a ma'isa. I think it's Rabbi Yale's ma'isa. So Rabbi Yale's ma'isa is a person was never wanted to commit suicide. He was suicidal, and therefore he was institutionalized, and he stayed in this institution for a while until the institution released him with the idea that he doesn't need. He's safe. He's not going to hurt himself. He's not going to commit suicide. Okay, and he had upset settled that he's chleisvas and he's gesund and there's no problem. And why? Because he understood that it's not kedai, everything was clear to him that it's not kedai. And he was safe. Then he goes onto a bus, and he asks the bus driver, "Tell me, why don't you commit suicide?" So the guy says, "What do you mean, why don't I commit suicide? I don't know why I don't commit suicide. I'm not interested in committing suicide." And he starts asking, "Why not?" He says, "I'm not interested." The person that was once institutionalized, and he understood why he's not committing suicide, starts screaming at this bus driver, that you bus driver, you're a shaita. I mean, you don't commit suicide. I understand why I don't have to commit suicide. I'm a chok. You're a shaita because you don't understand why you don't have to commit suicide. A person that needs to explain why he doesn't have to commit suicide is not a chayla. A chayla has to be explained why he doesn't have to commit suicide. A gesunter mensch doesn't have to be explained why he doesn't have to commit suicide. Is al derech zeh going to get a connection to the Eibush. Say, why don't you want to disconnect from the Eibush? Stop shut. Alter Rebbe writes in Tanya, in Perek Yud Ches, K'meishu davar sheyefsher klal lichper b'avay echad. Notice it becomes this gala that a Yid and the Eibush are one. And since the Yid and the Eibishter are one, is to be kaifer b'avay echad, is committing suicide for him. No, it doesn't work the other way. It's not the pshat is be'emes. I'm a live person that's living in Elam Hazagash. That's who I really am. And I have some religious commitment. And the question is, what am I willing to do in order to fulfill my religious commitment? Kilo. I'm be'etzem an Elam Hazadik. I'm an Elam Hazadik person. And I have some religious commitment. And the question is, what am I going to do to fulfill my religious commitment? It's pum faket. Be'emes, I'm a Yid which has a shaykhus to the Eibishter. That's who be'etzem I am. And Elamai, I find myself an Elam Hazah. I find myself in Elam Haza, but that's not my hus. What describes me is not my Elam Hazadik life. What describes me is my connection to the Eibishter. That's my Etzem Dikamitzias. And anything that's threatening my Etzem Mitzias is to me, is, so to speak, a threat of suicide. And Memela, that's why I'm not going to give up my Yiddishkeit, and I'm not going to give up my Shachus to Likus for anything in the world, including my being an Elam Haza, which is secondary to who I really am. It's not primary to who I really am, it's secondary to who I really am. And that's the tifkeit of what's going on. That a person has to realize that his connection to Likus is primary, and that's who he really is. It's not only primary in the sense it's more important. It's primary that that's his initial mitzias. And everything else about him is only secondary because it's not his initial mitzias. And that's what Mesiras Nefesh is. And Lefizah will understand, and Lefizah will understand that there's a Moshe Rabbeinu. That Moshe Rabbeinu is the one, Vata Tetzavi, he connects it with the Eibishter. That's Moshe Rabbeinu himself. And then there's this Pashtus of the Moshe, the extension of Moshe Rabbeinu, which also connects Yidden with the Eibishter. He also connects Yidden with the Eibishter. And that's the expect. And Moshe Rabbeinu's connecting Yidden with the Eibishter expresses itself by the fact that there's das. And when the Pashtus of the Moshe B'chol Dora express affect the Inyan Vata Tetzaveh, what is it? How does that express itself? That expresses itself in the Inyan of Mesiras Nefesh. That expresses itself in the Inyan of Mesiras Nefesh. Aber b'nekudas in derselbe Wort. And verkehrt. In the Pashtus of the Moshe, there's more of a gilui of that atzmizdike connection. That atzmizdike connection, which is expressed by the fact that Yid has das. So in das, you could, I don't know exactly why it's a bigger, it's obviously a more powerful. But in das is not so expressed. You could taina, the das is coming superimposed. There's the makiv and you be mamshir das. Masha'ing, when a person has Mesiras Nefesh, is an oidapam. There is the amunah that a Yid has because of the amunah that Neshama L'mayil Israeli course and Neshama L'mata. It's Maimin Elikus. And that amunah is amunah b'chinas makiv. And that's not nimshach and das. And that's what Moshe Rabbeinu tells, that he's mamshir the amunah b'chinas pnimi. What does that mean? He's megala, the atzmi is the connection of a Yid to the Eibishter, which causes that the amunah should be b'chinas pnimi. And that's also the Pashtus of the Moshe. And now, the amunah is b'chinas makiv. So what type the amunah is b'chinas makiv? That a Yid and the Eibishter are two things, and there's a Neshama L'mata, which is Re'elikus, and Neshama L'mata, which is being filtering down from the Neshama L'mata, which is Re'elikus. So then the Amunah is b'chinas makiv. Masha'enke, when it becomes this gala, the atzmi is the connection. So that's an Amunah b'chinas pnimi, and that brings out in the Inyan of das, and the Pashtus of the Moshe is brought down in the Inyan of Mesiras Nefesh, and that's the connection between Kosis Lamor and Ata Tetzaveh, that the Iker Inyan of Tetzaveh is expressed in the Kosis Lamor, in the fact that the Nesi Yisrael, that the Pashtus of the Moshe bring out the more, the pnimis of a Yid. The pnimis is the connection of a Yid to the Eibishter, which is that the Eibishter and him are one. Zeh Inyan b'kitzur nimritz until Perik Tes, I think. This is the Eretz b'kitzur. Then there is a kash, which I'm not going to right now get involved in. And that's what it is. So you speak about we're on Gimel Tammuz, and we talk about the Rebbe, and we talk about our connection to the Rebbe and what the Rebbe does for us, and we think about it, and we want it to filter down into our lives, Bepel Mamish, and we want to filter down into the lives of our family, and we want to filter down into everyone we come into account, and we want to connect to what our connection to the Rebbe is. So we're learning over here that a Pshat Rebbe is not Pshat, is a great Rebbe. The Rebbe is very greater than anyone could think about and anyone could describe in all aspects of life. But when we speak about what is the Rebbe to us, it discusses in the Maimon. The Rebbe to us is someone that reveals who we really are. That our connection to the Eibishter is not a connection that we're people that who knows where. And then there's an Eibishter, and he's gonna create a link through him. No, that's not the Pshat. The Pshat is the Rebbe is the one that's Megala, our real self. That our connection to the Eibishter is intrinsic. It's who we really are. That's our Atzmi's Dikamatzias. Memela will understand that everything else about our lives is only an addition to that truth. The truth of our lives is our connection to the Eibishter. That's the truth of our lives. That's the emes of our Messias, and that's the emes of our Messias. The way the Rebbe, what the Rebbe is Megala. That's what the Rebbe is Megala. The Rebbe brings our emes to the surface. Avada, we have Bechira Chavshis. The Rebbe doesn't take away from anyone Bechira Chavshis. We have Bechira Chavshis to deny that truth. Just like people have Bechira Chavshis to commit suicide. They have Bechira Chavshis to commit suicide. They have Bechira Chavshis to do things which are very unhealthy, to live a very unhealthy lifestyle. They have Bechira Chavshis to do things that are very dangerous. All kinds of stuff people have Bechira Chavshis. But Lepel Mamish, the Rebbe is being Megala who we really are. What's our real connection? So when you see a son and say, there's a Rebbe, we have a Rebbe. What's our Rebbe doing for us? We're saying, what is the Rebbe doing for you? So you want to know what the Rebbe is doing for you. The Rebbe is being Megala you who you really are. Just like Moshe Rabbeinu was Megala to Yid who they really are. That's the Moshe Rabbeinu, and that's why he was a Raya Mehemda. He was Megala Emunah because the Emunah came from Atzmis HaNefesh. So the Rebbe also is Megala our Atzmis the connection to the Eibishter. And once we had our Atzmis the connection to the Eibishter, so the life is a whole different life. It's a whole different life. It's a different life. And that's what the Rebbe is. That's what the Rebbe is, and that's what all the Inyanim of, this is where we are. What I said now, I didn't say any Chidushim. I said over what it says in the Maimer. I want to say I'm niggin. I want to see somebody over here. See me? Anybody? Hello? Maybe I'll find if it's a computer, which I'll talk about able to see you. I mean, I could see you over here, but everybody's hiding behind screens. Everybody over here is their computer, they're closed. It would help. It would be nice if you're able to see. The video is closed. Video screens. I don't know what's happening. The video is all closed. Is that
Rabbi Wolberg?
Yes.
Rabbi Wolberg.
Yes.
Yes. We're having a little challenge with your video.
Really?
It says that you should get closer to the internet source.
Really?
Yeah. It got frozen.
The internet source is here. But you can hear me?
We hear you clear, very clearly, but with the camera froze.
One second. Let me see the thing. I see myself. Usually that shows my eyes. My video. I don't know what to tell you.
It says network bandwidth.
What? I don't know what to tell you.
Could you get closer to the Wi-Fi? Is that possible?
I'm as close as possible. I mean,
so maybe you want to switch to another computer? You're anyway suggesting.
I'm suggesting switch to another computer, but I don't think that computer is really better. Hold on a second. Let me see. All right.
Let's see. Okay. Meanwhile, let's sing a nigun.
I spoke a lange drosha. Again, I'm feeling terrible about the fact that I came in so late over here. I mean,
Hashgacha pratis.
Definitely hashgacha pratis, but I mean, I don't usually sleep so easily because I kanked out. All right, fine. It's good. I'll come back. I'll be back. You don't see me
Ay da ay 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 da 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 ay ay da ay 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 my da ay 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 da da ay 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 da ay 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 oh ay 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 da 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 my da da ay ay da ay 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 da 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 my ay 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 da ay 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 da 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 my da ay ay
I shouldn't use that computer. All right. So I don't see anybody's picture. You see me now? You don't see me.
No, we don't see you.
No, we still don't see you.
Yeah, be better. Why?
You're doing the same thing we're doing. You're covering yourself.
Should I go off maybe and come back on?
You're giving us a taste of our own
Yeah,
medicine.
maybe log off and come back on. Meanwhile, we'll sing another hymn.
Right now it says
Oh,
there's
now it's
one
better. Now it's
people.
better. It's getting better.
Is it getting better?
For a second, it got better. Now, it's a drop better.
Should I like go out and come back on maybe? Does that help?
Maybe.
Huh? Should I try that?
Yeah.
Why should that device be better than this?
Because it's not that, because sometimes it's the device, it's not the Wi-Fi.
I'm going to get at it. I'm going to go out. Let's go out. You go out for me. I finish this lunch.
Oh, looks like he's back. Nope, but he left.
This is better? Oh, I see like a lot of people there.
Yeah, this is better.
This is better. I think my computer, I'm like on a tablet. And that tablet, I didn't have it connected to the electricity, so maybe the electricity was down. And Mela, yes. Oh, I see a bunch of faces here.
L'chaim.
Yeah, I don't see like a lot of faces, but I see a little bit. I'll see a little bit. I see people that could really be speaking, like whatever, people that maybe they should speak rather than me speak. But I'm speaking. I'm going to invite you. The viola is on L'chaim a bissel.
Rabbi says it's not a lecture, so Farbrengen, Lidus V'Leirois.
L'chaim.
Say L'chaim. Oh, Shalom Ber. Now I see who I'm talking about, Shalom Ber. I said before SBB. Now I see Shalom Ber Baumgarten. Shalom Ber. I think if I would have like a proper computer, I'd be able to see all of you people, but I can't do that. But it's not a get. It's not a get. The Alamais is nicht get. Das ist Alamais. Wir sagen ein bisschen L'chaim. Noch ein bisschen weiter. Noch ein bisschen weiter. The drosha, I said already. The bison is coming. Weiter, square. L'chaim, L'chaim. Musa, maybe someone now we're talking, we see each other. Things are happening, so maybe we can say shtickle niggin. Yeah. When I sat down here and I was like a very mavulva and feeling terrible about being late, so I wanted to start with a psad gedank that came to my mind this morning. So I thought, it went in my mind, but then I thought, I said, well, I start thinking about Shtusavata Maisa's thoughts. So let me say over a word of Torah. So that's why I said over a little bit of the Maimer, which I'm happy that we said over like a union of Torah. We started with a union of Torah. We said over a word of the Rebbe. I think we'll say a niggin. Nachat nizam weiter, where it's going to bring us. So maybe Shalom Ber, somebody, someone say a niggin. So a niggin. Du bist doch a menagin name, Shalom Ber.
Yeah, yeah,
Sarah, go put on your get dressed. Soon everybody in the world is going to see that you're still in pajamas.
Okay, so Nigmar Asip, Nigmar Hanigel. So now was weiter, jetzt weiter auf andere Sorgen Lachaim. Meistens I see one or another. Most of you are hiding. Not really. Whenever you have upset, you close your video. I don't know if that's Be'etzimazeh, not Be'etzimazeh. I'm saying L'chaim simply, first of all, it's hard for me to talk. Very hard, like, mit was bist du der Redner? Me samcha zu reden. I'm telling you, the reason why I'm speaking over here is somebody called me, and he called me up, someone by the name of Chaim Zaklis, which is an old acquaintance. We met in Yeshivas Kayetz many years ago. And, like a sweet boy. I remember him as a sweet boy, mamish, like a sweet boy. And Mr. Now he's also a sweet younger man. I didn't see him for a long time. And he says he's in California. And I recognize his voice, God. When he told me his name, I recognize his voice. And he told me that he's Farbrengen and Gimel Tammuz. And I'm telling you, this is my first year Gimel Tammuz not being by the Ayil. The Metzius is that this is my first year Gimel Tammuz not being by the Ayil. I'm not going to talk to you. It's a very harsh experience. The Metzius is that this is my first Gimel Tammuz not being by the Ayil. And I'm sure many of you is maybe probably the same experience. And maybe some of you are the same experience. But I call upon it's his first experience, and I'm not going to make it into a place. I ate and I drank and I slept. So B'kitzer, whatever. Kitzer Amais. But that's the matzav. He called me up. So you have to understand the feeling, it's coming in Tammuz. I said, he's asked me if I bring. I don't feel I'm the zoger, but on the other hand, he's asked me if I bring. So if I could be mishtativ, and I could do something for anybody, so Gimel Tammuz, I want to do it. So that's what brought me here to be the person that's speaking. But on the other hand, when I get in front of the mic, like they say, and I'm standing over here and watching, looking at the screen, and I see a few faces, very few, but a few faces. So I think to myself that I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable speaking. So in Mela, I go back and I have to say some l'chaim. I said this story, I think, lately a few times. I remember I was sitting in yeshiva in Manchester. I said this a few times lately. I'll say it again. It makes a gishmak a little bit. I was sitting in Manchester, and in yeshiva in Manchester, and I'm talking a couple of nights. I'm not unfortunately in yeshiva there, but I'll call upon him. But when there was a yeshiva, it was a strong yeshiva. And we Farbrengen a lot. We Farbrengen a lot together. And I used to feel very comfortable because I was uncomfortable Farbrengen. I'm not comfortable Farbrengen. And I would drink a lot of mashke. So I would say, I'm uncomfortable Farbrengen without mashke. On the other hand, with mashke, fangt man an sagen Sachen, was maybe, I don't know what. In the mail, after mashke, I expressed, like right now, I'm a little bit after mashke. After mashke, I expressed my uncomfortableness of the fact that I have to drink mashke. So I'll call upon him. So there was a bacher over there. I'm not going to say his name. I don't know. Maybe he's here. I didn't see his name. But I'll call upon him. He says to me, if you attack he didn't say it in such a bad way because he was a fine bacher. He wasn't I won't call him a holy bacher. You know what I mean? I don't mean not holy. I mean to say he was a regular bacher, a normal bacher, very normal. So like he was saying, your job, monta duzos farbrengen. And without mashke, you can't farbring because whatever. And with mashke, it doesn't work. So the eighth is Chassidus. That's what he told me. The eighth, you should become a Chassidus. And mainly, you become a Chassidus. You should be able to farbring without mashke. That was what he said to me. That was what he said. And it's like, selik me in the beina what he said. It's not like I didn't take it bad. I wasn't offended. I wasn't at all offended. I felt that he was saying the truth. He was saying the truth. He said like this. I'm saying he didn't say all these words, but I'm saying the pshat in what he's saying. The way I took it. Somewhere or another, you're not inspired enough to be a Chassidus Yid because you're supposed to be a Chassidus Yid. Obviously, you're not inspired enough because if you'd be inspired enough to be a Chassidus Yid because you're supposed to be a Chassidus Yid, you'd be a Chassidus Yid. So you're obviously not inspired enough to be a Chassidus Yid because you're supposed to be a Chassidus Yid. You're not a Chassidus Yid. Nervous. But on the other hand, you have a job. And that job is a job. So the commitment to the job
All right, Wolberg, you're muted. You muted yourself.
You can hear me, right? Here it says, I wish I can't answer. You hear me? You can hear me? You can hear me, right?
Yes.
You can hear me. So that was the word. That was the word. That was this Bacher's word. I'm thinking now. I'm drinking mashke. I'm sitting with you. So I committed myself to Farbrengen. That I wanted to commit myself because Gimel Tammuz. I'm not going to Farbrengen. So I should become a Chassidus. And maybe I should become a Chassidus Yid, like on Gimel Tammuz. But whatever. Maybe we have to commit ourselves. I'm just telling you now. I just want to tell you about this Bacher. This Bacher grew up. He's a younger man today. And he's a younger man that I'll tell you a little bit about him. I just want to explain to this Bacher that spoke to me. This you could say it's chutzpah. I never took it as chutzpah because he was a very sweet boy, very, very sweet Bacher. So he said to me like this. So this Bacher got married. This Bacher is a Crown Heights Bacher. He's a Crown Heights Bacher. He's a Bacher that grew up in Crown Heights. His parents were in Crown Heights. Very, very fine parents, extremely fine parents. And comfortable parents that were comfortable. They're comfortable. His father, I don't want to make any description. His father is comfortable. I'm not making him a rich man, but he's comfortable. He lived comfortable. He grew up comfortable. Then he got married to a girl from Crown Heights, also in Crown Heights, also from a comfortable home. A home. The father, they were comfortable. Also, they're not rich people. But they're not rich, they're not rich, but they're both comfortable, very comfortable parents. And the parents really, both sets of parents, the girl wanted to stay in Crown Heights, and the parents of the boy and the parents of the boy wanted to pay for the boy to do something in order to learn and to be able to have a parnasa bar chava. And Kemuven will give tzedakah, and Kemuven maybe he'll do some good things, all kinds of good things. He's a capable boy, and he was involved in all kinds of good activities while he was as a younger man in Koilel. I don't want to say anything. But the question was, he had to make a decision. Should he go on shlichus or not? We have a strong kesher, despite the fact that he said this to me, which I still remember, with admiration. I don't remember it with anger. I remember it with admiration. I'm just telling you right now. We don't talk regularly, but when we do talk, we talk comfortably. We're very comfortable with each other. And he calls me up and he asks me, what should he do? Should he go on shlichus or not? Should he go on shlichus, or should he, his parents want him to stay, and his shver and shviger are very, very this, and his wife wants to stay, and everyone's swag, nice people. They're nice people, and he's a nice boy. He doesn't want to, and he also, he'd like to be comfortable. His parents is telling him that the life of shlichus is not for you. You're used to being comfortable, and you're not going to be able to deal with it. So he asks me. So I'm not, who am I? Who am I to say what he should do? But what should I say? Well, he's asking me what do I think is the right thing. So I think the right thing was they should go shlichus. That's the right thing. He's a capable young man. The Rebbe spoke with Logan shlichus. So who should go to shlichus is not him. He has a shviga that's maybe a very nice person. Some very nice people, and they live in Crown Heights, and his parents live in Crown Heights, and it'd be very, very nice for him to eat Friday night by his parents and Shabbos afternoon by his shviga, and everybody will be happy, and the chveisvas, and everything will be gewaldig, and his wife will be very happy. Good, it's not true. But who's the Rebbe speak to go shlichus? I mean, the Rebbe had mulchamas with people about shlichus. With shver and shvigers and all, the letter Hayadua with the Rebbe before Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph. There's a long letter of the Rebbe about shlichus. So I'm telling you what I said, not because I'm an angry person, and because I felt that was the right thing. He's calling me as a Rav, a Rav. I don't know what he's calling me as. So I have to tell him what I really think the Rebbe wants him to do. So that's what I told him. So I told him that he should go on shlichus, and he listened. He listened to me, and he went on shlichus. And he was very, very matzliach, very matzliach, very matzliach. The gashmias, very matzliach, beruchnias, and things were going very, very well. And Baruch Hashem, everything worked out well. Ad vayhi hayem. So came the Satan, like the story in the beginning of Eov. When you read the Eov, the Chassidus, but the Satan came to the Eibishter, and yes, the Eibishter, things are going too well. And he wanted to be maval with the Yonim by Eov. So Aldera Zeb, the Satan came to the Eibishter, and then the Satan came down, and he came down to this city where this person lived, and he made a bilbul ad meches between he was under a certain shliach, which was not the shliach Rashi, he was a shliach under the shliach Rashi. He was b'china shliach, Esa shliach, and the shliach Rashi, whatever it is, became a bilbo amechen, and it became a ganzen yonim and machlekes. So he was very mutzlach. This person I'm talking about was a very mutzlach, and he was working under someone that was also even more mutzlach, very, very mutzlach. And lepel mamish, this person that was working under, which was very, very mutzlach, was working under somebody. Which whatever, I don't know exactly. I don't get involved. I have no idea. But there became a bilbul amechen between the shliach haroshi, with the shliach, which was Esa shliach, ad kedei kach, that the shliach, which made him into a shliach, became u'shliach over there. He became u'shliach over there. So it became a shliach haroshi, and this became the shliach. And although the din is, the Gemara says that shliach is a shliach, and kulon shliach the rishon. So even if master shliach rishon, so the shliach hasheni remains a shliach, as is because kulon shluchim the rishon. But b'kitzur ma'aseh, when this shliach hasheni became a shliach, not of the shliach Esa shliach, but he came of the shliach, which was the shliach Esa shliach, which was the shliach harashi, which made the first shliach, which was Esa shliach. So there became too much air. There became too much air. The shliach harashi has too much air, which means b'kitzur too much mitzias. And b'kitzur amaisa, so they couldn't work. And this younger man, which was my close person to me, I could call him a yidid. He's a Talmud, but he's a yidid. I consider myself a yidid. So he was in New York. He was very matzliach. It was maybe 3-4 years on shlichus. He was very matzliach. He already had a few children. I don't remember how many children. If he had 3 children, I don't remember 3 children and a 4th on the way, or 2 children, or 3rd on the way. There was something. It was definitely a children and someone on the way. But I don't remember. It was 2 plus epis or 3 plus epis. And now he's back in New York, and he has the same parents, Baruch Hashem, that are both all well, and he has the same shver and shviga that is also well. And the same shver and shviga that wants him to stay, and the same wife, Baruch Hashem, that she also wants to stay, and his parents want him to stay, and they're willing to pay for a certain education that he should have a panosa barchova. And Bekitzer, and he already was there, been there, done that, and now he's in the new Precious Prachim, and L'chura is very, very justified to go and follow the path that his wife would be happy with, and his parents would be happy with, and his Shver and Shviga would be happy with. And he'd be happy with ultimately L'chura. And he's a nice person, and I'm sure he would be a big asset to Crown Heights and to the Mesas of Crown Heights on some level, or maybe, I don't know what. So he, again, I get this call. I think in between that call and this call, we spoke in between also different simchas and different yanim, whatever. I don't want to get involved in any details. I don't think I said any details other than his parents and his in-laws are both from Crown Heights. And he calls me up and he says, what do I think he should do? Should he stay in Crown Heights and get himself a job, get involved in that education which his parents want him to do, and may eventually become what he could become? Or should he start looking for shlichus, which is like a whole new situation? So I'm standing there. I'm not like a ish toiv. I won't call myself a ish toiv, but I'm not a ish ra. I wouldn't call. I'm looking to hurt people. I'm not looking to hurt anybody. You know, he's a person. He's sweet, wonderful, young people, have a young family. Everything's good. So what should I tell him? I told him the truth. I told him he should go on shlichus. That's what I told him. He should go on shlichus. My minute is agret that the Rebbe wants he should go on shlichus. I mean, obviously there are people that can't go on shlichus, and the Rebbe has, and they have a mission, and every yid is a shliach of the Eibishter, and every yid is a shliach of the Rebbe. But the Rebbe spoke and he spoke with no fun of shlichus. So this young man has a question: should he go on shlichus, or should he stay in Crown Heights and become whatever he's going to become, and he's going to have a parnasa bar chava? That nicht of them hat uns gehadet. Nicht of them hat uns gehadet. This is not what it's about. And Lepel Mamish, he got up and he went on shlichus. Baruch Hashem, as far as I know, he's Baruch Hashem very, very much liach. And things are going very well. So the story is a good ending, the good ending of the story. So why am I saying this? I'm saying this, Minigei Mashke. He was telling me that I should become a Chassidus Yid and not have to take any mashke. That's true. If I would become a, it would be good to become a Chassidus Yid. But Lepel Mamish, unfortunately, whatever. This is all Akdom to Zang L'chaim. Zang L'chaim. Efter sagen, ob es ein Nigen, schon bei Baumgarten, efter sagst du ein Nigen, ob es ein guter Nigen, ob es ein Nigen für Reben, ob es maybe ein Nigen. Sagen einem Zmiris, maybe, we say einem Zmiris, maybe. Ob es ein guter Nigen, ein Nigen of the Rebbe, but it's negir, that einem Zmiris, there's a geschmack story with einem Zmiris, like a whole story. Everybody knows the story. I don't know, everybody knows the story. It's a geschmack, it's a whole story, einem Zmiris. There's the story the Rebbe said by einem Zmiris, the Muslim story. But then there's a sequel to that story. There's a sequel to that story. Shombe, you know the sequel to the story of Adam Zmiris? I'm just asking.
No, I don't.
You don't know. You don't know. And you're Rabbi Mendelssohn. Do we know each other? We don't know each other. You know the sequel to the story of Adam Zmiris? You don't know. So there's two people. There's two people already that don't know. So I'm going to say L'chaim. We'll say a Nigan, and I'll tell you the sequel to the story of Adam Zmiris. The story Azoy. I'm going to say something. Say Adam Zmiris. Shomber. He was the Chapsar.
נפשי חמדה בצלך כל רוז סיידך נפשי חמדה בצלך כל רוז סיידך בשם nafshi sabar nafshi chamedal
El Yadecha Kol Rasidecham
nafshi chamedal b'tzel yadecha
Allah
das koros anim zmira
b'sheyem Shkoyach. I don't know. I want to. I tell you a story. It was on a Maisa. I see someone dove treason. We went together. Someone my name was Dove. We were together. You're dove treason from California, from Chaimich's son. Yeah, we were together. We were in Old Tater together. You didn't have such a. Your beard wasn't white then. I don't know if you had a beard, Bechlal. Denknish. So you're on Shlichus, Ergezvu. Yup. Yeah. Say that. It's a name. At least I remember the name. Zeichet Achiddush. From my lack of involvement to remember our name is Zeichet good. Levi and Druzi. I see our name Levi and Druzi. So that I don't have to need much name recollection to remember Levi and Druzi.
Was macht ihr, Rabbi Wolberg?
Baruch Hashem is very nice. Unfortunately, I can't see all of you in Vasachas. My computer, it's not a computer, it's like a tablet. I'm very, this whole concept is very, very new to me. Everything is very new to me. I see a Zalman. Some is Zalman Buket. This also says Zalman there. But somewhere now, Zalman Buket. Yeah, Zalman Buket. We're like, how many Svatrishnik? You know that. I don't know if you know that. We're Landsman. We used to go to Farbrengen together sometimes. Your brothers, your father. Kitzer Amaisa, Amolik Zeiten. It's Mashke. You know the story, Zalman. You know the story of the sequel to the story of Adam Zmiris. You know the story. Do you know it? You do know it. Levi, you know it. You know the amshich of that story.
Yes,
you know
me.
Story? Huh?
I don't know the sequel.
Okay, so there's enough people there that don't know it. So I'm going to say the story. It's a Geschmacka story. I heard it in different versions. But it's a Geschmacka story. It's a Tifa story. It's a story which is the story of our lives. The story is Azoi. Everyone knows, the Rebbe taught, I don't know which year, but some of the Elam here knows which year, the Rebbe taught Adam Zmiris. Which year did the Rebbe teach Alams Midas? Chvesis. Oh, it's a psa. He was a vase though. What year did the Rebbe teach Alams? He taught Alams Midas. He taught Alams Midas. He taught Simchas Torah Alams Midas. When he taught Alams Midas, he said the story that when I eat,
Chav Beis.
Chav Beis. So Chav Beis, the Rebbe said taught the Alams Midas. And when he said that he taught Alams Midas, he said that when I eat, that started singing Alams Midas. It was Motzi and Kippur. He started singing Alams Midas, and he sang a whole night. He was dancing around the bima with the nigam of Alams Midas. And when it came the next morning, Yom Kippur in the morning, the Shamish came and he was still dancing around the bima with Alams Midas. That was the story. That was the Ad Kana story. This is the story Yedua and the Rebbe taught Alams Midas. Now, there's a hamshach to this story. The hamshach to the story is Azoi. That the Rebbe, I heard the hamshach different. I heard different hamshach different ways. Let me just get someone. Simi, hello? Simi? Could you connect the computer to the electricity so it shouldn't? Huh? This tablet to the so it shouldn't. I'm connecting it to this charger, but I'm afraid that it's gonna conk out. Sorry. Thank you very much. Thank you. B'kitzur Amaisa. Thank you. Grace and thank. Okay, we'll say that. I'll call upon him Nachamon. So I heard. I'll tell you the way I heard the story, the original version. Maybe there's another story. I heard this. I heard once, and then I heard from Nossi Gerari differently. I'll call upon him. I heard that Reuven Dunen went into the Rebbe. So Reuven Dunen and the Rebbe spoke to the Rebbe. It's a different language than most people, and he told the Rebbe that he heard at Gehad Mention Reden that this person that danced the whole night, Alams Midas, was the Rebbe. The story was about the Rebbe himself. That's what he heard. He heard Chassidim, like, I suppose, speculating. It was speculation. They were speculating that the person was the Rebbe himself. Okay. So yes, the Rebbe, if it's true. That's the way I heard. I don't know if it's. So the Rebbe told him, no, it's not true. That's not the. This was a person that was before the Baal Shem Tov, which is like a chiddush. That means this niggin of Alams Midas is a niggin that's hundreds of years old. No, it was a niggin of a yid before the Baal Shem Tov. And then the Rebbe tells him, Ma'aseh shehoye kachoye. I'll tell you a story. Ma'aseh shehoye kachoye. Those that know about it, know about it. Ma'aseh shehoye kachoye. There was a certain yid that was a gvir. He had a lot of money. And he had a special chush in Pidyon Shvuim. In those years, there was like a normal thing, that there was a maisim taporitz. There were pritzim that owned land, and they used to rent out the land to the people that wanted to live there. And if you owed them money, they were like so control of the situation that they were able to put you in prison. Mamish, they were in complete control. And there were a lot of Yidden that rented these pieces of land because they needed it. They needed it for chayun. And there were times that the Yidden didn't have what to pay. And as a result of that, the Paritz was in the position to put the person in prison. And putting a person in prison in those years means pashut that the whole family has no parnasa, and this person's his life is also a very big sakon. So this Yid, which was a great Gevir, and he knew the matzav that there were Yidden that were being put into prison through the pritzim. So he spent his lifetime mission in helping Yidden to get out of these positions, to help the Yidden with the pritzim, to pay their rent, etc., etc. That's what he did. He was a psayid, a edel Yid. And he would go around. He wouldn't be a person, we have Chabad, everyone in Chabad is collecting money over here. Everyone I'm speaking to is collecting money. So there are certain people you have to collect, you have to call them, you have to be nice to them, you send them a letter, Dailach Kim Remiza, you say it's not Dailach Kim Remiza, you have to Snachan Remiza. And then you call them up and you give them a talk, and then finally you have to say, Kometz Alefo, Memein Geld. Okay. That's one story. But this person, you didn't have to call him. He was looking, he was going and trying to find out who needs money. And he would help the person. By he heard that there was a certain Yid that was in a situation that the pirates took him and put him into prison. And his whole thing, it's hard to imagine those years, a family, children. And he was the Mefardos. This person gave them Parnos, and he's in prison. In prison, what do you mean prison? Not prison, today's prison, Prison that who knows what's happening. Kids in the Yid went to the pirates. The pirates was the emissary Seni Yisrael, and he hated this Jew. And he really wasn't interested in the money that this Jew owed him. The Jew owed him 1,000 rubles. He wasn't interested in that money. He wanted this Jew, Rahman al-Islam, to rot in prison. So when this person came and he asked him, "Why does the Jew owe you? What does the Jew owe you?" So he tells him, he owes me 1,000,000 rubles. I don't know, some enormous sum that was not together. It wasn't together, even to talk about. We're talking about $10 million. I don't know, in today's world, $10 million. I'm talking to garnish. So I'll call upon $100 million, even $100 million. Even for Chabad of Woodstock is the psainian. Epis, Falem Ta'ort. Talk $100 million. Let me make up. Talking about it. All right, whatever it is, I don't know who you are. I don't know. Do we know each other? Dreesen, who are you? Chabad of Woodstock is a Dreesen? No, I don't know who you are. Do we know each other? We don't know each other. Maybe we do know each other. I'll call. We should know each other. I should know who you are.
Should I be offended?
What's your name?
Mendel Kartzeg.
Yeah, you should be offended. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I didn't mean to offend you. I hear.
It's okay.
Your beard was much smaller. You were much thinner and taller when I remember you. You're in Manchester, yeah? You were in Manchester. Right. Oh, very good. So you're in Woodstock now. Woodstock. Chabad of Woodstock. Very nice. Chabad of Woodstock. Yeah, I'm from the 60s, so Woodstock is like Woodstock, Woodstock of the 60s. Now it's Chabad of Woodstock. It's Gor Anders. I'll call Woodstock. I was in Woodstock. It's like a very interesting, special city. It's unique. It has like its own character. I'll call upon him, Kitzur, Amaisa. Where are we? We're back to this Yid. So this Yid met this guy, this pirate, and the guy tells him, "I want 1,000,000 rubles." He walks out. He feels terrible. He doesn't have 1,000,000 rubles. He doesn't own 1,000,000 rubles or whatever. I don't know. I'm sure he told him 1,000,000 rubles. He doesn't have 1,000,000 rubles. And he feels bad. This Yid's in prison. His family is never. The kids said this Yid started making a cheshbon. He was an edel Yid. You don't have such shmalabat in the stomach. He was an edel Yid. He starts making a cheshbon. What do I own? How much cash do I have? Crazy. He makes a cheshbon. How much cash he has? 200,000 pounds. I don't know. 200,000 rubles. I don't know how much cash he has. He amassed all the cash, all these accounts. Then he figures out what assets does he have. He has this house, this ship, and this building. Bekitzer, he makes a cheshbon that if he'd sell this, that, and that, and that, he'll be able to get 1,000,000 rubles. Aim of Asa, you don't have such balabat. None of you have such balabat. So he goes ahead and he sells all his assets. He sells his house and his ships and his business, and he goes ahead and he amasses 1,000,000 in a short period of time, which Mustafa caused him to sell his stuff for cheap. This is my stuff right now. Now he comes and he has a big suitcase with 1,000,000 rubles, and he goes back to the pirates. He comes back to the pirates. The pirates says, "What do you want?" Because the pirates, in his mind, he told the guy to go flying. Go Hakmishkan Shining. So he says, "What I want? You said 1,000,000 rubles. I have 1,000,000 rubles." He says, looks at him, the guy like sugar. He opens the suitcase. There's 1,000,000 rubles there. It's a ruble. And the guy, as much as he hated the Jew, but he loved money. Money was very, very good to him. He said, "Fine. If 1,000,000 rubles, I'll give you." Takes the 1,000,000 rubles, puts it away, and I don't know where. And then they go to the place where he had the guy, the Yid in prison. What? He comes to the prison where the Yid was in prison, and he opens the door, And unfortunately, the Yid was no longer Ben Achai. The Yid starved to death. He was dead. He died. He was lying there, a corpse, a barminan. No, obviously, he's not giving you back his money. The money is likshabam goy. When the corpse licked up, a corpse, I mean, I know it's a goof, the goof HaKodesh of a Yid. Bekitza, this Yid, which paid 1 million ruble to try to save this Yid, takes the body and he brings him to Kevi Yisrael. Imagine how this Yid felt. The Yid was a Yid which was a Gvir Adir. He was a Gvir Adir. And he was going around helping people. And now all of a sudden he remained on Oni Vevyin. And that he was masking. He was masking to come Vevyin, but he wanted to help a Yid. And he wasn't really able to help me. He brought him to Kevi Yisrael. That's not what he spent £1 million for. A million ruble. To bring him to Kevi Yisrael. And Lepel Mamish, she felt terrible, terrible, terrible. That's what he felt. And that was the matzah. This is Azel Matzav. This is the story that they say. The Rebbe is saying over to Rudin of Dum. Other than Schois, he said it over to someone else, but this steps on my side, I think. So Bekitzer, I don't know, that night, the next night, this Yid, the Gvir, the Amaleki Gvir, that spent all this money in order to help this Yid, he got a dream. He had a dream. Holach Lishay. And he had a dream. And the dream was that this Yid that he saved came to him B'chol. And that Yid that he saved came to him B'chol. And first of all, he told him, for giving out 1 million ruble to save me, which you have no shyness to me. That's one thing. And secondly, he told him, I want to give you back a favor. No, since you did this, I want to give you back a favor. You have two choices. Either I give you back all the money, somehow or another, I'll orchestrate this. You get all the money back. What's going on here? What's going on? Someone's asking me a question. So I'll get all the money back. That's question. You'll get all your money back. I say you lost all your money, you'll get all your money back. I don't know what. You get all your money back. Give money. All the shluchim know. Once in a while, you get some money. Or your other option is, if you want, I'll give you a present that you should experience Gan Eden and Elam Hazah. Because in Elam Hazah, we don't know the time of Gan Eden. But if you want, I could give you the Te'ima of Gan Eden and Elam Hazah. This Yid was an Edel Yid. It was obviously an Edel Yid. You can see from the way he acted, he was an Edel Yid. So he said, I'd like to have a Te'ima of Gan Eden and Elam Hazah. That's what he wanted. That was his choice. He had two choices. He chose a Te'ima of Gan Eden and Elam Hazah. That's what he had. And Memela, as a result of that, says the Rebbe, this experience that he had Mitzvah Yom Kippur, where he was singing Anam's Miras a whole night, was the Te'ima of Gan Eden and Elam Hazah. That's the story. At Kana Maisa that the Rebbe said. That was it. Mele, he didn't stop as a Sayyid, a regular Yid. It was the fact that it was Mitzvah Yom Kippur, and he got involved into Anam's Miras. And Ad Kedei Kach, that he sang it a whole night, was Pshat is Yadatimos. So Derech Agav, from the Maisa, you have a glimpse in Gan Eden. We wonder what's Gan Eden about. What's Gan Eden about? What's going on in Gan Eden? Mashke, Maholit, there's the nigger. Mashke, Maholit. I don't like the nigger. To me, that nigger is a pushta zach. I don't know. To me, I have people singing it, and they get excited. I remember I'm all at Chassidus, people would sing this nigger. Fan Kuntayir, whatever, so maybe Shimikis, my Lagunum. To me, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, that's besides it. That's not me. I'm saying it because I'm after Mashka a little bit. I'm telling you what I think. To me, it's a ridiculous thing. But I'll call upon him. So that's the pshat. He sang the thing. Why did he sing the thing? He was having a te'ima of Gan Eden. You want to know what Gan Eden is? A Yid is involved only in Adam's Midas. That's what he's singing. He's singing Adam's Midas. That was the Te'im of Gan Eden. But the story goes weiter. The next part of the story is a Shredder Baisa, that if it's talking about Reuven Dun, Ba'akol the Nakuda of the Maisa was that he turned to the Rebbe and he said, the Rebbe said that the story was before Baal Shem Tov, before the Baal Shem Tov. The Rebbe said, where do we see in the story that's before the Baal Shem Tov? That's the way the story was told to me. Some of you have to adjust the story. But I'll call upon the Kudas Advarim is that the story was before the Baal Shem Tov. So he asked the Rebbe, where do we see that the story is before the Baal Shem Tov? Who dricht zechuis that the story is before the Baal Shem Tov? So the Rebbe said that if the story would have been after the Baal Shem Tov, so if the story would have been after the Baal Shem Tov, so then he wouldn't have asked to have a team of Gan Eden. He would have asked for the money back. Why would have he asked for the money back? Why would have he asked for the money back? Because so the Rebbe said, "Was hat man von dem was hat a team in Gan Eden?" Who has something from the fact that he has a team in Gan Eden? If he would have gotten his money back, so then Yidden wollten nicht gewinnen. Wollte gekannt nutzen die Geld für ein Jonim zu haben Ayid, zu helfen Ayid. That's Atkan. This is the sequel to the story. This is the sequel to the story of the story. In other words, that he experienced a team of Gan Eden. But when was a person interested? He was an Eidel. Obviously, he was an Eidel. He didn't ask for Chvezwas. He asked. He wants money. He wants to be a rich man. Yeah, nachon. He wants to be a team of Gan Eden, and which expresses his Edelkeit. But on the other hand, there's an Indian. Not the word is what's the gay Edelkeit? The gay is that you have to do what things are gonna. Uisfiren the Kavan El Yena. The Kavan El Yena, it's a Uisfiren, not with the fact that you're going to have a team of Gan Eden. That'll be a good experience. That's a good experience. It's not an experience of a team of Elam Hazeh, it's a team of Gan Eden. And it's an Edel team, it's a Gewaldige Zach. But a person has to think about, the Baal Shem Tov was too that a person, his life is not about thinking, where am I going to have more of a shaykhus to an yeruchni? Where am I going to have more of an elevation, a spiritual experience, a ruchnistic experience? You're interested in having, when a person thinks about the Eibishter, he thinks about where could I cause that the Eibishter's name and the Eibishter's emes should be nimshach lemata. That's what it's about. It's not about you. It's about what you could accomplish. That's the Nekudas Advarim. That's Nekudas Advarim. It's not about you. It's about what you could accomplish. Because when there's that was the Chiddush of Baal Shem Tov. The Chiddush of Baal Shem Tov is that it's not about you. It's about what you could accomplish. And Mimele, if a Yid would be la'achar Baal Shem Tov, so la'achar Baal Shem Tov, the issue, if they would be given these two choices, should we give you money back? Or should we give you the team of Gan Eden and say, where is the Kavan El Yena going to be fulfilled? If you talk about me, I want to have a team of Gan Eden. I'd rather have the team of Gan Eden rather than money. Money, I'll be a rich man. I'm a vater of being a rich man. I want to have a team of Gan Eden. Good. That's as far as you're an Edel Yid. But when you think about how am I going to be able to fulfill the Kavanah? How am I going to be able to fulfill the Kavanah? So that's the question. The question is, you have a shliach. He has two choices. He should meet up Sagresa Gvir that's going to give him $1 million, or he should meet up Rabbi Yale that's going to be Mazrim Atifing in the Chassidus. He has a shayla. He doesn't know which one to meet. He has an appointment. He has conflicting appointments over here. He has conflicting appointments. He can meet Rabbi Yale. Rabbi Yale wants to be Mazrim Atifing in the Chassidus, which he hasn't understood for how many years. Some try to understand some of or aim based. And now he has another issue, which there's a psakvir that has $1 million that he wants to unload. And I don't know which one to go to, because they're either this or that. Rabbi Yale only has this minute. He's not. After that, he has to. I don't know what he's writing. He's writing Sefer. Right now, he has 2 minutes. He told me he's going to be Mazmi Absinian, which I don't understand. I asked him already 100 years ago. We don't have these experiences. It had to let them go. Iki, I see you again. Good to see you. Good to see you, Iki. I'm saying, I'm talking, I'm hacking in Chinik. You're listening to me. Very good. Very good. You're very, very kind of you. We say l'chaim. Iki, l'chaim. You're in shul. You're in the shul. You're in your shul. You're in your shul, Mustafa. You're in the shul. Very good. I'm in my house. All right. We say the l'chaim.
I'll keep listening.
Good. You can talk. You can say something. L'chaim. I don't mind anyone talking here. L'chaim. Zan l'chaim. L'chaim. I don't know. It feels it was diluted. This mashke. This mashke feels diluted. I don't know. It's really diluted. It feels diluted. This mashke. All right, I don't know what's to say that adverb. Who? This is Yossi Kahanov, Yosef Kahanov. That's the Baal of a Chaber of a Sefer. Like you wrote a book. Yeah. Your son was in Manchester. Yeah. Do I get it right? No.
Yeah.
Very good. This guy that met someone on a plane, describing, explaining Chabad on that book. I wouldn't recognize you. I mean, I remember you. We remember you. You didn't learn on me. But we were in camp together. I think we were in camp in Montreal together. No, is that possible?
Yeah.
Go back a little bit.
We cross paths. We cross paths.
All kinds of young. All right, listen. It's good to see all of you. I'm going to say, I'm saying l'chaim a lot. I think we'll say we'll sing a nigan. I think so. Yeah. Chabad of Woodstock. Maybe we'll sing up something from Woodstock. Huh? Now I see you. I didn't see you before. I see you. I see your face. But now when you smile, the smile I recognize. I don't know. Your face is different. You didn't have a beard. Maybe when I knew you, maybe the beard was very, very small. Maybe beard was very small. Now I see your face. Now I'm young. Lama zang l'chaim. Lama zang anigen. Yeah, who Chaim Lazarov. Lama zang anigen. Lama zang. Zag a gute nigen. Sing up some nigen. Where? All right, the Mamsh is like L'chaim. I don't know exactly what more to be Mamsh. The Mamsh is saying L'chaim. I say L'chaim until Ad Shetetz in the Shmosi, I suppose. I'm not 100% sure if this Farbrengen is Mugbal. I don't know. Everything is Yet L'chaim with a program. It could be my time. I don't know. My host is still here. He told me originally he didn't give me time. I came in late. I still didn't get over the fact that I came in late. But I came in late. What should I do? I came in late. I can't change that right now. I could. I don't know what. I'll say L'chaim as much as I can, but it's not going to change that I came in late. But Lepel Mamish, I want to tell you a thought that came to me this morning, which is a bad thought. It's not a good thought. It's original thought, and then there's a havami. There's a muskal seichel rishon and seichel sheni. I want to go on this. So do haint in the yeshivas, do Zoom. Everyone knows we're on Zoom. We're on Zoom now. There's Zoom. Chveis. Some Zooms are more matzliach. Some Zooms are less matzliach. Chveis. It depends who's in charge. If you have a yeshiva, the whole yeshiva is not in yeshiva. They're not in yeshiva anymore. Everyone's home, and their connection is through Zoom. So in order for a connection to be through Zoom, it's like a whole chiddush. It's a chiddush, a connection with Zoom. The kid's home, but there's Zoom. So it comes to class in Zoom, he happens with Zoom, and this with Zoom. I don't know. I was speaking to a manal of a yeshiva, and he was telling me that things are going very strong. This was a few months ago. I don't know what's going on now. I don't know what's going on. Any idea ma matzav b'peil. I was speaking to a manal of a yeshiva, a very mutzlach yeshiva, and they have a big yeshiva, a very mutzlach yeshiva. And all the Bachrim went home, and immediately everything was prepared in the Zoom. Now good to listen. Hopefully they're still going on Zoom very well. I'm sure there's struggles. I'm sure there's all kinds of struggles. The Maisi is Azoy. My Seichel says, and the Pashta Zach is, that there's a chiluk ikri, Minigeh Zoom, whether there's a class that's already an existing class that everybody say it with me. I be like, yeah, everybody say, yeah, you people are here, Shalom Berry. You hear what I'm saying, Shalom Berry. You with me? But I just want to make sure that the people are listening. I mean, not that people are listening, but that my voice is being carried over. You listen, you're not listening. And the Kudas Advarim is that you have a class. We're together. We know each other. We're sitting with each other. I'm in Kfar Chabad right now. So I had yesterday was my first Zoom experience with the Bachrim of Kfar Chabad. So it was like a whole experience. It was very, very geschmack. Because till now I was saying a shir on the phone. I say a shir on the phone every day. I say a shir on the phone. And the Herzog Zoom, so it's a Zoom also, Herzog Zoom. But I don't even see anybody, and they don't say anything. They do say anything. And I'm stumbling every 15 minutes. I don't know. There's everything I think is on tape. Every 15 minutes, I say, anyone's listening to me, anyone's not listening. And there's like a long pause, a 10-second pause. They say, yeah, shalom. I don't know if they're trying to humor me, not trying to humor me. But yesterday, I had a Zoom experience. The Bachrim are already back in yeshiva. I'm not there, but the Magid Yeshir are there. And they all went into a room, and the yeshiva Bechlal didn't want to have Zoom. They didn't want that, kids, not again, though. They didn't want that people should be justified to have, each one should have a Zoom in his house. They didn't want to have. But now that they're in yeshiva, so it's a question of the yeshiva creating a Zoom. So it was justified. And mainly we had a Zoom experience. It was like Givaldik. It was very nice. I saw the Bachrim saw me. It was like a certain emotional experience. But the pshat is that Be'etzem we know each other. Be'etzem we were together. We were sat together. We Farbrengen together. We drank mashka together. We learned together. Navas, right now we're apart. So now we have a Zoom experience. But what's going to be next year? Next year you're going to have new Bachrim coming to share Aleph and Masifta. You have Bachrim coming to share Aleph and Zal. So if you're going to have a Zoom experience, could a Zoom experience work for a Shir Aleph? If there's a Shir Aleph that before Purim or after Purim has to go into Zoom, so I understand. Once we know each other, Magid Shir knows the Talmidim know each other, we're all together. So then there could be a Zoom experience. Masha'in came once. If there's could we start a yeshiva with a Zoom experience? I suppose there's an online yeshiva. It's an online yeshiva, an online school, but it's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's like a whole different experience. So that's what I was thinking about. Then I was thinking that l'chura, we talk about b'zman hazeh, and there are different people, there are different situations, which we'll call it a Zoom experience. We'll call it a Zoom experience. A Zoom experience. There was people that were in 770. They were by the Rebbe. They were there. They were by the Farbrengens. They were with Chassidus. They had experiences. They have very strong memories, very deep memories. And now, unfortunately, they find themselves far. The Elamai, they have a Zoom experience. We'll call it a Zoom experience. They have a Zoom experience where they sit down and they zoom into their old experiences. They have experience with the Rebbe on a Zoom experience. But these are people that had experiences. It's like the Kita that was there, and they were there, and they had an experience. And unfortunately, there was this coronavirus. And Mamela, so they separated. And now they have a Zoom experience to reunite and to relive their experiences that they had earlier. But if you have a Kita that starts off in a Zoom situation, they're in the matzah of the coronavirus. So now you're going to start a new experience, a Zoom experience. What's going to happen? You understand my question? Levi Andrews, you hear what I'm talking about? You hear me?
You're
driving. You're busy. You're driving.
I'm part of the experience. I'm part of the entire experience.
You're not an expert. So that's the question. So l'chura, you could ask a question that l'chura, how does it work? How's it going to work? That's a question. That's l'chura, a question pushed. And what's the answer to this question?
The answer to the question is this mimer. That's the mimer of Vata Tetzava, is the answer to the question. The pshat is that somehow or another, our connection to the Eibishter and our connection to the Rebbe is not a connection which is a superimposed connection. Now, if we're dealing with a superimposed connection, there's an I, and there's a Eibishter, and there's a Rebbe. And the question is, I never experienced the wow of Simchas Torah. I never experienced that special experience that people discuss about going into Yechidus, about walking out of Yechidus, walking into Yechidus. Okay, you're not going to ever experience it. But the emes is that that's not what the Rebbe is about. And that's not what Yiddishkeit is about. Yiddishkeit is not about that feeling that you had Simchas Torah by the Rebbe. That's not really what Yiddishkeit is about. What Yiddishkeit is about is the pshat is that the Rebbe is megala in us, the fact that we and the Eibishter are one. We and the Eibishter are one, and we and the Rebbe are one. That's an intrinsic oneness. It's not a oneness that's coming in addition to who we are. It's who we really are. And that we have to, the truth is that the emes of the Rebbe is to be megala that we and the Eibishter are be'etzem one. Be'etzem one. And since we're be'etzem one, so our connection to the Rebbe is our connection to ourselves, who we really are. And Lepel Mamish, we have Bochrim today. That's the fact. The fact is that there are people that were by the Rebbe years and years and years and years. And whatever. They were by the Rebbe, they were by the Farbrengen, they heard the Rebbe, they were in Yechidus, the kids of v'chulu, and they are them, and the Rebbe is the Rebbe, and they have a big picture of the Rebbe in their house, and if they're rich, they have a better picture, and all kinds of inyanim, like the Rebbe once discussing. The Rebbe was once discussing. I don't know. In my mind, when I grew up, I told you this already, and I didn't tell you. I don't know who I told. I said this already. That in my mind, anything that was made in Hong Kong was considered cheap. But I remember the Rebbe speaking in Farbrengen, Kilo Hong Kong is a psachoshev zach. Something that was made in Hong Kong is a psachoshev zach. He was speaking about a chassid. In my mind, that time there was even a name of a chassid. In my mind, who the Rebbe was talking about? Oh, Chaim Hillel. Yeah, don't I see Chaim Hillel? Yeah. Yeah, I see Chaim, but now I see the face of the name. Very good. I'll call upon him. So the Rebbe was speaking about him. This chassid that went to Hong Kong and he saw a beautiful table and he was like very enchanted by the table, and he wanted to bring the table back to New York. And he ordered a ganze yonim that this table should come back to New York. It was a ganze geschäft that he made. Hello, Chaim, and good to see you. And he brings it back, and then ganze Stadlos, and finally comes back, and on the thing it says made in Hong Kong. Made in Hong Kong, made in Matzilos kilo. B'kitzur Amaisi, he brought it back, and it was a beautiful table, and he put it in a special place in his house, and he put it in a special place in his house. And he has this beautiful table in his house. So what did he do with the table? He took the Tanya and he put it on the table. Oh, put the Tanya, put it on the table. There's a stell sich vor, the Alter Rebbe cooked him. Alter Rebbe, the author of the Tanya that speaks about what a Yid's supposed to be and what Chassidus expects from a person. And that mensch never liegt in a table, a gashmistic table, was had geschleppt von Hong Kong to New York, und das liegt there. So he's somehow or another, he's justifying himself. He has the Tanya on the table. By the Rebbe, it was like, like, this is what you're all about. Al derech zeh in our lives, person has to understand, the Rebbe is about, we should be one with a likus. That's what the Rebbe is. That a likus and us should be one. So, of course, we have, we have to understand that our experience with the Rebbe is not a Zoom experience. Because if it's a Zoom experience, it only works if there was a previous experience, which is a Gashmisdik experience, and then the Zoom could be a shtickle bimkem agashmis. You have a class that was part of a class, and now we're on Zoom, so we know each other. I see you, Chaim. I see, I know you. We know each other. So we go back a little while ago. So we're like beautiful to see where you're in California. Where are you in California? Where are you, Chaim? Chaim Hill. Chaim Hill, you're with me. You're not with me. You're busy. I'm not sure. It hurts Meret. Being with the Rebbe is not a Zoom experience. Seeing the Rebbe is an Emes experience. Because the Emes of the Rebbe is the Emes of us. The Emes of a Likus is the Emes of us. And what the Rebbe is about is that a Likus and us are one thing. No one's arguing that we miss the Gashmias, and we miss seeing the Rebbe, and we miss the experience. Everyone, no one said we don't need it. We do need it, and we want it. We bank of them, and there was bank nicht of them, is because he never had it. Anyone that had it, bank of them. Anyone that had it, bank of them. But on the other hand, you have to understand that everyone today could have the Rebbe. Everyone today could have the emes of the Rebbe, because the emes of the Rebbe wasn't that you got $1 from the Rebbe. That wasn't the emes of the Rebbe. The emes of the Rebbe wasn't that you saw the Rebbe Simchas Torah. Yeah, about it. The Rebbe Simchas Torah and the Purim of Yeshayim. When there was a Gilei Likus, Begashmis Mamish. Yeah. But the emes of the Rebbe is that we and the Eibishter are one. That's the emes of the Rebbe. That's the emes of the Rebbe. And that's what it says in the Ata Tetzav. And that's what he talks about in Ata Tetzav. That Moshe Rabbeinu connects us with the Eibishter. What type he connects us with the Eibishter? He connects in this Megala who we really are. That our emes and Metzias is Elikus. And that emes, that our emes and Metzias is Elikus, that's an emes that the Rebbe is Megala today in us. And through his kashas in the Rebbe, and through having a shaykhus to the Rebbe, and doing those in Yonim that the Rebbe wants us to do, and doing the heroes of the Rebbe, and learning the Tatus of the Rebbe. So the Rebbe is today Megala in us, that emes, that emes Elikus. We don't have all the Giluyim, we don't have the dollars, we don't have the Farbrengen, we don't have the Mostera. We want it, and we bank sich nach dem. And it's normal sich banken nach dem. And a Mensch bankt sich nicht nach dem, es etwas fällt ihm etwas. Aber es nicht der Teich, das ist der Rebbe. Der Rebbe ist nicht die Dollars, der Rebbe ist nicht die Simchas Torahs, der Rebbe ist nicht der Farbrengenischen. The Rebbe is there, which is Megala, who we really are. The Rebbe is not bringing us anything. The Rebbe is brings out in us who we really are. And being on Shlichus is the Nekudas Advarim that our emes and Metzias is a Likus. Agam, in our maybe other parts of our lives, it's not Misbata, but in the Inyanim Ikrim of our lives is Misbata. That's a person who's on Shlichus. Anyways, I'm going to say L'chaim. Chaim Hillel, it's good to see you. You hear me? You don't hear me? You hear me? Chaim Hillel, you hear me? You don't hear me? I'm looking at you. You can see me. I don't know what's going on. You see me? You don't see me. You're not reacting, so it means you're listening to me. Chaim Hillel. Chaim. Oh. Chaim. I don't know. Zerep is diluted mashke because it feels like it's water in here.
See you and I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. See you. Maybe it's inappropriate. Yes, was macht the mishpacha, the parents?
I'm moving on Shlichus on Tuesday.
You're in New York.
Los Angeles.
You're moving from Los Angeles on Shlichus. Where it's Shlichus to where?
To Atlanta, Georgia.
Shia batzlocha should be Mishara Mokim, Mishara Mazel, L'Teva L'Bracha.
Amen.
Everything should go well. In alle Hinsichten.
Amen. Thank you.
Chaim L'Chaim. We could all say L'Chaim together for you, Chaim. Everything should go well with you.
Amen.
Liebe, Chinas. That was the normal musaf. The Rebbe said, no matter what matzav you were, there should be Mishana Mokim, Mishana Mazel, the table, the bracha. Everything should go well. It was the mashke there, shvaka meises. So maybe you could say Psak Klimovich Nigan, maybe. There was like a Psak Klimovich, name. You know that you're a Klimovich. You know you're a Klimovich. I don't know if you know any Klimovich Nigunin. Not sure about that. Okay. Ich esse ein bisschen Eichet, ein bisschen weiß. Das Rufen ist verbeißen. No, selbst ein Ding. It's another niggin that I like the niggin. Schoenberg said they woke you up a little bit. Yeah, it's a good niggin. It's a good niggin. It's a good niggin. All right, the mashke is echt good. I don't know. The mashke, I think, is verwasset, the mashke. I don't know how it got verwasset. I have no idea. Does he does? I wouldn't mind if someone else says something. I mean, I'm talking and talking. I'm talking already for a few hours. So I came in like a half hour late, almost a half hour late. So I'm doing tshuva already. This Saki with Tanise already. I don't know how long for this coming late. I have no excuse for it. But on the other hand, I'm talking a long time already. We're talking over here about that our connection with the Rebbe shouldn't be a Zoom connection, not a Zoom connection. Connection that we and the Rebbe are one. Let's say, I'm going to say L'chaim. Maybe I'm saying already too much L'chaim already. I'm going to say a little bit L'chaim. I'll say a little bit L'chaim, a little bit Verbeißen. Noch mit gehen weiter, trachten weiter. I don't know. L'chaim. Okay, I think. We discussed earlier about the first part of the Maimer, where the Rebbe tells us that once the Pshat, that Moshe is the one that gives us Urei Emunah, Raya Mehemna, that is Megala, that the Emunah should be Bepnimius. So it's not Pshat, he's working on being Mamshech, a Makim Bepnimi. The Emunah is coming from a different place. It's coming from the Atzmis HaNefesh. And since it's coming from the Atzmis HaNefesh, so as a result of that, so the Emunah is Takim Bepnimius. Now, it's when the Emunah comes, because the Neshama L'mayla is Re'elikus, so the Neshama L'mayla is L'mayla, your Neshama is L'mata, so the Emunah is Bepnimius Makim. Masha'enke, when there's an Emunah, which comes because of your Atzmi is the connection to the Eibishter. So the reason why you believe in the Eibishter is not because there's an Eibishter and you're aware of him and you believe in him. The Pshat is that just like your awareness of yourself, your awareness of yourself, is that Bakim or Pnimiyah? It's ridiculous even to ask such a question. Your awareness of yourself, that's who you are. Al derech zeh, your awareness of the Eibishter is that's who you really are. And that's what the Rebbe is. You want to know what Rebbe is? What's Rebbe? Rebbe is a person, is that person, that Moshe Rabbeinu, which causes that your connection to The Rebbe doesn't create the fact that you're connected to the Eibishter B'atzim. The fact that you're connected to the Eibishter B'atzim, that's who you are. That's not something the Rebbe is giving you. It's not the Rebbe is giving you that. That's who you are. That's who you B'atzim are. What the Rebbe is accomplishing in us is that truth is becoming our truth. That we become the truth of who we really are. So really what the Rebbe gives us, what Moshe Rabbeinu gives us, is to reveal who we really are. So there are experiences where a person, goes through a traumatic experience, and which involves Mesiras Nefesh. At that point in time, he becomes in contact with who he really is. And then that's what Rebbe is. That's what Rebbe is. Rebbe is becoming in contact with who you really are. Savada, you think about the Rebbe, you think about all kinds of experience, you have pictures of the Rebbe. That's true. That's the Rebbe was true. The Rebbe gave out dollars, the Rebbe gave out, there was some Chassidus, the Rebbe Farbrengen, all kinds of young. But what is Rebbe? Rebbe is the person that helps you become, realize, and connect to who you really are. And that's the Rebbe that we have today. That's the Rebbe we have today. Of course, we have a Rebbe. We have memories of the Rebbe. Some people have actually physical memories. Some people have these memories through seeing pictures. Avada, there's a connection to the Rebbe. But you want to know what the Rebbe is? I don't know if I'm saying things clearly. I want to go on here. And there is this, what we spoke until now we spoke about the first part of the Maimer of Atat Tzav. And then there's the second part of Atat Tzav. The second part of Atat Tzav. We hear the Rebbe gets involved in a whole new inyan, that there's a matzav of a person being cautious because he's in Golus. A whole situation where he feels that he needs a likus. He needs a gili alikus. It's not enough. He needs to have the gili alikus. It's not. There's a mitzvah of kosis begashmis. The Yidden in Russia were kosis begashmis. They were kosis begashmis. I don't reckon. I see only half of your face. Maybe your computer is halfway down. Oh, I'm a Chaim. There was Chaim. I was going to mention to Chaim, the Chaim Hill, that I was with you by your birthday. But now, whatever. Oh, I'm Chaim. Very good. I'll call upon him. In the second part of the Maimon, the Rebbe discusses that a person, there's a concept where there's kosis. The Yidden in Russia were kosis. And they were literally oppressed. And the Rebbe caused that they should be megala, the etzma nefesh. There should be a gili of miskech, Mesiras Nefesh. And they had Mesiras Nefesh. They had Mesiras Nefesh repeal. We read stories today. We have a whole bunch of books about the Mesiras Nefesh in Russia. It's unbelievable how a Yid went ahead and he did things which he knew there's very, very good chance that he's going to end up being in who knows where, and his wife and children are going to be left without a parents, without a father. And for that thing, they went on Mesiras Nefesh. All the Chassidim in Russia, that were killed and verschickt, was all because of the Mesiras Nefesh. The Rebbe discussed that time that the Friedrich Rebbe sent a shliach to a place, and then he was verschickt. Then he sent another shliach to replace that shliach. That was a Mesiras Nefesh kipshutim. That was Mesiras Nefesh. And where did that Mesiras Nefesh come? Because, again, when a person is giving his life for something, it's very difficult to give your life for something. You can't give your life for something. I mean, there are, you have the Arabs they're going, whatever they were, but, suicide missions. They're giving their lives for ideals. There's a concept, Mesiras Nefesh of a Yid, the pshat is because his connection to the Eibishter is an atzmizdike connection. And therefore it becomes this gala that anything other than having a shaykhus of the Eibishter is like suicide. The Nakuda of the Maimer is that a Yid and the Eibishter are one. So it's not pshat the Yid is giving up something for the Eibishter. Pshat is fakert. The Yid and the Eibishter are one. So any giving up the Eibishter, somehow or another, separating with the Eibishter, means giving up yourself. So when it becomes this gala, that truth, that reality, that you and the Eibishter are one, so there's like no choice. There's no choice. It's like, is there a choice? I'm going to sit down and explain to you that it makes sense to commit suicide. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to explain to you. Listen, let's have a meeting. Let's have a meeting. I want to have a meeting with you. And I'll explain to you, and I'm very, very smart, and I'm very, very convincing. And I'll sit down and I'll explain to you, if you're a normal person, you're not going to commit suicide after all the biyurim. Why? Because lepel mamish, you want to be you. All the biyurim is not going to explain. You want to be you. The question is, what's you? You is me, my being here in Elam Hazah, that's me. But if the you is Eibishter, no, the identity of you is your connection to the Eibishter. And without Eibishter, there's no you. So Mamela, being separate from the Eibishter is mamish exactly like committing suicide. Being connected with not being connected with the Eibishter is exactly like committing suicide. And since it's exactly committing suicide, so it's not an option. It's not an option. It's not an option of not being connected to the Eibishter. And since it's not an option, so therefore you go ahead, Mesiras Nefesh. That's the pshat. What the Alter Rebbe writes in Perek Yud Ches, at the end of Perek Yud Ches, Ki'ilu shehu davar sheyefshe klal lichper b'avay echad. No, it's just like it's impossible for a normal person to commit suicide. In Chassidus it says even a behemoth, it doesn't jump into a fire because he can't. That goes against his mitzvahs. So al derech zeh, a yid, once it's nizgal his mitzvahs as a yid, so being connected to the Eibishter is not an option. Being disconnected to the Eibishter is not an option. And that's what the Rebbe is. You just want to know what's a Rebbe. What's trying? I have a Rebbe. I have a Rebbe which is megala, that truth in me, what I really am. Some Rebbe gives me something. He gave me $1. He gave me a maimer. He gave me a dos. He gave me that. The Rebbe is a person that is megala in me who I truly am. There's the room of the Rebbe, and there's the bankadish for the Rebbe. A person is supposed to be banking for the Rebbe. A person should miss the Rebbe. A person. Anyways, because I'm not. Anyways, that's the first part of the mind. This all we discussed. Now, the second part of the mind, the Rebbe says something else. Which second part of the mind is the hard part of the mind. It's the hard part of the mind where there's two madregas and etzem and shama. There's the etzem and shama, which is lemaila from the etzem of giluyim, and legabi giluyim it's kilu lidavar nesev, and then there's the etzem. In Haskalah, to be a mask, you have to be up to explain it, to understand the Maimer. This is in Aces of Haskalah. I can't explain it. I don't know it. But I'll call upon him. The Nakud of the Maimer, of the second part of the Maimer, is that there's there's an avoida. You have to understand it. I'm not 100% sure I could explain it. But the Nakudas Advarim is the Rebbe Moshe Rabbeinu. It says, what's the second part of the Maimon coming to explain? The second part of the Maimon is coming to explain that there's an Indian called Va'ata Tetzav. There's an Indian of Kosas Lamor. We're trying to figure out what is the connection between Va'ata Tetzav and Kosas Lamor. So the Rebbe was masbered b'tuv tam, to understand that Kosas Lamor and Va'ata Tetzav is Hainu Hachetz. Zelot shtei tikim, it's tikachat. The Nekuda Va'ata Tetzav is to megala who you really are, and Kosas Lamor is to megala who you really are, and there's Moshe Rabbeinu is megala who you really are, and that expresses himself in the fact that by you there's das, and the Pashtus of the Moshe is megala who you really are, and that expresses itself in Mesiras Nefesh, and the Mesiras Nefesh, which expresses who you really are, is a greater expression than the expression which is expressed by the fact that Moshe Rabbeinu is Megal Inyan Adas, and therefore the Iker Inyan of Moshe Rabbeinu, which is Va'ata Tetzav, which connects you to Elikus, is expressed in the fact that it's Kosas Lamor. Okay, that's everything we understand until Sif Tes. But now in Sif Tes, he wants to explain what is the Pshat in V'yichoylech, that somewhere or another Yidden are Mesev and Moshe. No, between Va'ata Tetzav and Kosas Lamor, there becomes a V'yichoylech. So Pashas, what do you want? Yes, the Rebbe. What do you want? You want to say V'atat Tzavos Bnei Yisrael and Kos Lamor? I mean, we need to have some words in between. I mean, V'atat Tzavos Bnei Yisrael what? Whatever. I'm asking a stupid question. But somebody know they could have said V'atat Tzavos Bnei Yisrael, that there's the idea of Shem this and Kos Lamor. What do we need? V'yichvei lecha. What's the v'yichvei lecha? V'yichvei lecha is not only that V'atat Yisrael that they should have shemen. Nor v'yichvei lecha. What is the connection between v'yichvei lecha and V'atat Tzavos Kos Lamor? L'chura V'atat Tzavos Kos Lamor we understand very, very well. I mean, even I understand. Ish poshet made. But what's v'yichvei lecha? That's the question of the Rebbe. And here the Rebbe goes into a ganze beer. And the rekud of the beer is, which I don't have the word mamish. But the rekud of beer is that in Kos Lamor there's two madrigas. Question is, what are you broken from? There's a mitzvah called broken. Yidden in Russia were broken. They were oppressed. They were in a terrible situation. And they were broken. And there was Moshe Rabbeinu, which was Megala, the Atzmis of the Neshama, and that caused that there should be the Gil of the Atzmis of the Neshama, and that brought out the Sis Nefesh. That's Pashat. That's one level of Kosas. But then there's a matzav of where people are not in that matzav of oppression. Things are good, they have what to eat, they have all kinds of yonim, everything is fine. There's Gashmish, things are good. And even Beruchnis things are good. The Rebbe is like Matayr Beruchnis, Gor Gewaldik Beruchnis. In our world, Beruchnis is we're happy. We're satisfied with our Beruchnis. I don't know if that's a nice way of saying it. We're satisfied with our Beruchnis. You know, there's a guy, he feels bad, he doesn't know any learning. There's certain people that are they're satisfied with their Beruchnis. They feel, they're Shemer Shabbos, they keep kosher. They're satisfied with their ruchnis. That's what the Rebbe is talking about. The Rebbe is talking about people that are really satisfied with their ruchnis. They're learning Chassidus, and they're understanding Elikus, and they're at Tzaddik, and they're Eved Avai Be'avir, Tanugim. Chveis, a fart. That's what the Rebbe is talking about, because the Rebbe, how is a person satisfied with his ruchnis? I mean, but we, I don't know if you're allowed to talk among zwischen sich, we're not talking to anybody else. Zwischen sich, we're satisfied. What we're satisfied, we're daven, we learn. You speak to your kids. You want them to learn. She said, "Daddy, what do you learn? I'm putting on tefillin every day. Though, be happy. This is my friend. Whatever. Kids, I don't know exactly. Not 100% sure. I'll call upon him azoi. So we're satisfied. We're satisfied. So the question is, what's wrong? So here the Rebbe speaks about a new madrega called kosis. Very hard to understand, where a person is disturbed by the fact that there's no gil elikus beilo. Where a person is disturbed by and that's what the Rebbe is talking to us. It's very hard. It's even hard to relate to. It's hard to say over. That the Rebbe is talking to us that we should be disturbed that there's no elikus beilo. I mean, the truth of the matter is, we could be disturbed. I don't know. In that Indian, could we say we're disturbed that there's no other kus in our lives? Maybe. I don't know if in that we're disturbed. We're disturbed. We're frumayidin. We're frumayidin. We're chassidim. Put on Rashi, Rabbeinu Tam. We say chitas. We say Rambam. We learn Rambam. We do all the right things. We don't learn Daf Yomi. We do all the right things. We don't do Chas v'Shalom, any of the wrong things. Okay, Beseder. But are we Chassidim? We do the right things. Are we Chassidim? The Rebbe talks about a person that's disturbed by the fact that there's no Gil Elikus Beilo. There's no Gil Elikus Beilo. But we could talk maybe a little bit in our worlds, in our lives, that we're from Eden. We send our kids to Mrs. Chabad, even if it involves Mrs. Nefesh. We learn Chassidus. We learn the Mamorim. We learn the Rebbe's Mamorim. We have a Seder learning every day. Every day, not everybody. We have a Seder. I don't know. I have a Seder every day. Learn Kusichas. Regardless, a half hour I learn Kusichas. You have to learn Kusichas. You have to learn Kusichas. You have a Seder learn Kusichas. You have a connection. The Rebbe, there's a Rebbe. The Rebbe is teaching you, and you want the Rebbe to be not only Adineinu and Meirenu. You want him to be Rabbeinu. There's different things. There's the Rebbe being Adineinu. Adineinu. He's telling me. If the Rebbe tells me to do this, I do this. He's Adineinu. And then there's a Rebbe that's Meirenu. He's teaching me how to lead my life. He's teaching me how to lead my life. He's Adineinu. He's Meirenu. And then there's the Rebbe that's Rabbeinu. How is he Rabbeinu? He's teaching. He's talking to me. He's learning. He's giving me shiurim. He's giving me a shir. So how could the Rebbe be my Rabbeinu? I have to learn. If I don't listen to what he's saying, so how could he be my Rabbeinu? So I have to learn. I have to listen, and I have to learn. So every day you want to learn. You have to learn with the Rebbe. You want to learn. You have to learn the Kusichas. Every day you have to learn the Kusichas. Learn the Sefer Mamorim. I'm not saying what you should learn. I'm not coming here to tell you what to learn. But l'chura, every one of us, every single one of us, have to be people that every day learns Teiras Rabbeinu. We should be Yidden that are the Rebbe's Talmidim, not only the Rebbe's Chassidim, not only people that if the Rebbe told us to do this, this is what we do. Not only if the Rebbe people that give us guidance, general guidance in life, but the Rebbe is also our Rabbeinu, which means the Rebbe learned and he taught so much. The Rebbe taught in all kinds of areas of Torah, in all levels of Torah, Pshat, Remes, Drush, Seit, thousands and thousands of inyanim. The Rebbe spoke thousands and thousands of hours. And we want to learn. We want to have a shach to it. We want to be internalized with the Rebbe. We want to be internalized with the Rebbe. And we want to internalize the Rebbe's Torah into our lives. And through that, the Rebbe becomes our Rebbe. And our Rebbe is someone which is Megala, who we really are. That's the Nekudas Advar. Pshat is a Pshat Rebbe, and he has all kinds of nice Gedanken, and we're inspired by his thoughts. We should be inspired by his thoughts. But we have to understand that the emes inyan of a Rebbe is someone that's Megala, who we truly are. That's what the Maimer is talking about. And then the Maimer speaks about, now this next part is the big highlight of the Maimer, which is that after the Rebbe is Megala who you are, and after there's already a union of Va'ata Tetzava, there's a union of Va'ata Tetzava, and there's a union called Kosis Lamor, which the natural Kosis of Russia is Kosis Lamor. But then there's a Psamadrega where you feel Kosis by the fact that there's no Gilei Likus. That's not something which comes natural. That seems to be something that doesn't come natural. It's not like a natural reaction. The mail will happen. We bow the Rebbe is a Rebbe, and you're the Chassidus, and you're a Rebbe, mail. It looks like that's an union of Aveda. That's an union of Aveda. And that Aveda, that you should be cautious from the fact that you're in Gos. And all right, the Rebbe speaks about very high madregas. You're cautious from the fact that you're in Gos. You can be cautious from the fact that I don't know, maybe I'm saying wrong. Anyone who wants to tell me, you have a right to talk to them. Maybe I'm saying wrong. You can be constant in the fact that you're not really a chassid. Could you be? You're allowed to be constant. You're allowed to be constant whatever you want to be constant. Would that be included in the second madrega of what's talking in the Maimer? That's my question over here. This is a scholarly question. Because the Rebbe is speaking constant over there. That you're constant from the fact that Elikus is not meir b'chol eilam, even though by you is meir and you is what. But it's not meir b'chol eilam. It's not meir. There's the apina nidacha somewhere. By you, your house, Mashiach came already. Mainly, you never get angry at your wife. You never get angry at your kids, and everything is Mashiach already. But there's somewhere that you have say, you heard about me that by me I get sometimes angry. So so you feel bad, you're cusses by the fact that in my life, this Rabbi Wolberg is whatever, he has a problem. Okay, that's what you're cussing about. But what happens if a person's cusses about his own life? He says, I'm a chassid officially, and I go Chassidus, and I daven, maybe I daven even barichos, or b'mesinos, and my kids are learning in good yeshivas, and everything's fine. But I'm not really a chassid. I'm not really a chassid. In my own personal life, in my own personal experience, and what's important to me, am I like a chassid? Is if my priorities in my mind and my heart, if I would present it to the Rebbe, would the Rebbe approve of this? Is this what the Rebbe expects of me, to be who I am? I am who I am. Is this what the Rebbe expects of me? Okay, I mean, I don't know if that's maybe going into the first madrega or even before the first madrega. But maybe it can be in the second madrega, a little bit, in a certain level of the second madrega, where a person is a chassid, and he doesn't do anything wrong, and he does everything right. We're not talking about a chassid that doesn't learn chitas. We're not talking about a chassid that doesn't learn Rambam. We're not talking about a chassid that chas v'sholem learns daf yomi. We're not talking about such people. I'm not saying chas v'sholem that daf yomi is the worst thing you could do in the world. I'm not getting involved. I don't want to get involved in political unionism. I mean, and anything that could be done that can help you in Avodas Hashem should be done. That's what my personal opinion is. You don't have to, anything that's done that helps you in your Avodas Hashem could be done. The Rebbe, that's what Chassidus wants. Chassidus wants, if you, in Ranat, in Shumer Ranat, it says, if you think about, if you have a problem in Surmira, you learn Tanya, you learn Chitas, you learn Mamorim, you learn Sikha, and you have a problem in Surmira. You know yourself that there's an Indian in Surmira which is not B'Seidai. So you're not allowed to open a Reishis Chochmah and open a Shara Yira and maybe read a Masechta Gehenim or something. You're not allowed to. For sure you're supposed to. Anything that helps you not do an Aveir is good. And anything that helps you do mitzvahs is good. And Memela, you shouldn't feel that, I don't feel that a Lubavitcher is not allowed to employ in Yonim. That's not what a Lubavitcher is about. Again, I'm saying you my thoughts, and that's not really what I was employed here to do. I'm not that I'm employed, Chas v'shalom. I mean, somebody asked me to speak over here. I'm speaking because I wanted to, I want to be mishtatev, the Farbrengen, and probably I'm the oldest person sitting over here. Maybe Iki, I don't know, Iki maybe he's older than me. I saw Iki before. But B'kitzur Amaisa, he might be older than me. He's young. But Nekudas Advarim, what's B'kitzur Amaisa, that's what we are. The Nekudas Advarim is that the Rebbe writes in the end of the Maimer, that's in the Nekudas Advarim, that is what the Rebbe does and what the Rebbe gives us, and there's the union of Kosis, and there's the Rebbe's Megalar Etzem. But that doesn't mean that we can sit back and say, we're Chassidim. There's a Rebbe, and we're Chassidim of the Rebbe, and we're Chassidim, and there's a Gewaldige Rebbe, and despite Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe is our Rebbe. Vizel. The Rebbe says that you, in your life, have to find the kosis, your kosis. You have to find that you should be wanting something. You should want something. And that's something that's your Aveda. And that Aveda that you do, how do you have that want? You have that want because the Rebbe instilled in you that want. But on the other hand, the Rebbe Taka instilled in you that want, but you have to actualize that want. I don't have words. I don't have the right words, and I don't have the right hasbara, because I don't really understand it. But it says clearly in the Maimer, the Rebbe gave us keiches. The Rebbe connects, the Rebbe reveals who we truly are. That's, we want to know what a Rebbe is. What's a Rebbe? A Rebbe is someone that reveals who we truly are. That's what Moshe Rabbeinu is. He reveals our intrinsic connection with Elikus. And the fact that Elikus in us is an atzmistic connection. It's not a connection that there's an Eibishter and there's us and we're going to connect. The connection between us and the Eibishter is an atzmistic connection. But l'chura, once we have an atzmistic connection, the Rebbe says no. We have to be a people that atzmistic connection that we have with the Eibishter doesn't satisfy us. We're not satisfied with being chassidim and having a Rebbe and being connection. We want that every nekuda of world should have a connection to the Rebbe. And obviously, if we're interested that Pliny that Moshe Wolberg, you whoever you are, Amachaya, you're interested that not only you should be a big chassid in where is it called Har Shmuel over there, something or somewhere or another, I don't know, remember exactly. Har Shmuel, is that the name of the place? Something Shmuel. So you should be a big chassid, but rather you want that Moshe Wolberg in Manchester should also be a chassid. That's where that word comes in. But you want that not only I should be a chassid because I learn Chassidus and I learn Tanya and I learn this and I learn that, but I want that I should be a chassid everywhere. Everywhere in my life, in every aspect of my life, I should be a chassid. That the Rebbe, the truth of the Rebbe, what's the truth of the Rebbe? The truth of the Rebbe is that hu levadi hu vein zulasi, that there's only Eibishter. That's the truth of the Rebbe. And that the truth of the Rebbe should permeate our lives means that truth should somehow or another filter down into our real lives. That in every place when we sit down, we eat supper, and we sit down and we talk to our wives, and we sit down and we talk to our children, we sit down and we start worrying about money. In all aspects of life, that truth should be, it shouldn't only be when we daven and we learn. That truth should be in our lives. It should be in everyone else's lives also. That also concerns them. Because it hurts. I think I said to you everything I had to say. I'm going to say l'chaim because I don't have anything more to say. So I'll say l'chaim. We have to work together to realize that we want to have a shaykhis, an emes shaykhis. We want the Rebbe to be emes in our lives. And what does it mean, the Rebbe to be emes in our lives? So we learn the Maimer. We say the Rebbe tells us what's the Rebbe being emes in our lives. The Rebbe is Moshe Rabbeinu. He's the Spashtus of the Moshe. The Spashtus of the Moshe is the one that causes us to have a connection to who we really are. To who we really are. And our really are is our connection to the Eibishter. That's what the Rebbe is. That's one part of the Maimer. And the second part of the Maimer is that we have to go ahead and take this connection that the Rebbe gives us, which causes Kashis Lamor, and then there's a Tifra Madrega Kashis Lamor, which is a Madrega which involved in our Aveda. And that's our Aveda we have to take and realize the Rebbe, when the Rebbe would come in some Vestera, and the Rebbe would come in, there would be a Psanigan, they would sing a Nigan, and then the Rebbe would come to his place, and then the Rebbe would turn around and start a new Nigan. So the new Nigan was, this is Nikolai Nigan. Yeah, hey, yeah, I'll say, look, I want to say like I want to say, look, I don't have really much. I think I said everything I have to say. Everything I have to say, I have to say. I want to say to you like this. There's people, I remember in 770, this is not a nice thing what I'm about to say. I remember sitting in 770 by Farbrengen, when there were two shluchim speaking. One shliach was a shliach that went out in the early chofs. And there was another shliach that went out in the late chofs. They both had shluchim today. They both had, I don't know what, who knows what. But the pale mamish, one of the shliach that went out in the late chofs felt that the shliach that went out in the early chofs didn't look at the shliach that went out in the late chofs with the derech eretz hamasimo. Kilo, he's a real shliach, and I'm telling you something which is very, very stupid, and staka stupid, sheba stupid, but it's a fact. It's a fact. We were sitting by Farbrengen. Obviously, I can tell you any names, but there was a shliach that's today considered a head shliach of who knows what, how many shluchim, and there was another shliach that was also a head shliach of a nachar shliach. And beide chvesus, a kopon nishngia, whatever. And one of them was worried about the other one. You understand what's happening? So Pshat is say, there is the Eibishter, and there is the Rebbe, and there is the truth, and there is Elam Hasa, and there is Nefesh Abamis. And all the shluchim have a nefesh abamis, and we all have a nefesh abamis. And when it comes Gimel Tammuz, we have to understand that it's not about a nefesh abamis. It's not about our nefesh abamis. We have a nefesh abamis. We have a nefesh abamis, and our nefesh abamis wants. Benken sich van Rebben is a nefesh elikistic experience. Benk. Someone was benk nicht van Rebben. He's missing something. Benk sich van Rebben is good. Is normal. It's normal. It's normal. It's normal. It's natural. A person that doesn't have this benkenish, this feel that he would like the Rebbe to be here, but pale mamish is not the way it should be. Person feels comfortable the way things are now, doesn't come from Edelkeit, it doesn't come from Chassidus, it comes from lack of Edelkeit. That's number one. But on the other hand, the person has to realize that what is the Rebbe about? The Rebbe is not about the dancing on Simchas Torah. The dancing on Simchas Torah was an experience that you were able to connect to the Rebbe. It wasn't the arum. It was the experience that to become not you. There's you that you're you. We're us. We're a Metzias. We're a Metzias. We're Be'etzim a Metzias. To connect, the Rebbe is Megala that our emesim Metzias is our connection to Likus. That's what the Rebbe is. What's in the Rebbe? What's the Rebbe about? The Rebbe is Va'ata Tetzaves Bnei Yisrael. He enables us to be able to connect and to have a connection to realize who we really are. Who we really are. Who are we really? Our really is our connection to Likus. That was an experience. That experience when it came Simchas Torah, when the Rebbe danced. When it came off Farbrengen. It wasn't a union of taking in. There was a me and taking in. There was me and losing myself. Losing myself in the Rebbe. And there were experiences. There was experiences begashmis where a person lost himself. When a person went into Chassidus and lost himself. When a person by his Farbrengen lost himself. When the Simchas Torah lost himself. And that experience is an experience where someone that doesn't have a bankenish for that experience doesn't make sense. Now, a person today is going to say, I don't have a bankenish for that experience because I never experienced that experience. Okay, I don't know exactly how to talk to him. You have to explain to him the experience. And maybe you'll have a bankenish experience. But the bankenish experience is not really what it's about. What it's about is to realize that there's a Rebbe, and that's what the Rebbe is about. So in that point in time, the galus of the Rebbe was in that experience. And what's today this galus of the Rebbe? How is today this galus of the Rebbe? The Rebbe today is a galus of the Rebbe is in different ways. Every person in his own life sits down and learns the Kutei Sichos, and sits down and does the Erois of the Rebbe, and if he brings with Chassidim, and that's how he connects to the Rebbe, and that he connects to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe says that the connection to the Rebbe is a connection which he has to go further, he has to work on, he has to bring that down into his life. That's the second part of the Va'ata Tetzaveh. That it's not enough the Va'ata Tetzaveh. It's enough that it has to be Kosses Lamor, the second Madrega Kosses Lamor. That is Kosses by the fact that a Likus is not Nimshach Be'elam. And that Madrega is something which needs Aveda. So in Mela, when you get a pale, you have a Bocher, Shalom Sharif. Shalom Sharif has a Shver Shiach. Shiach has a father called Meshach. Meshach was a Chassid. Meshach passed away. The Rebbe has a ganze Sicha about Meshach. The ganze Weise, Meshach was a ganze Metzius. Ganze Metzius. B'chayav, there was like, I don't know what. But the Lache P'tirasim, the Rebbe spoke of Meshach. The Rebbe, obviously, the Rebbe was Megala. Meshach was very, very dear to the Rebbe. Was very close to the Rebbe. Was very close to the Rebbe. And Shiach was Meshach's son. He's being Mamshech and Meshach's. And Shiach had experiences, and he was by the Rebbe. And Shalom Sharif is a kid. He's a kid. What was a kid? He doesn't know anything. Now the question is, could Shalom Sharif be a chassid? Could he be a chassid? Could he be a chassid? Could he be a chassid like Shia? Could he be a chassid like Mesha? Could he be a tiferet chassid? Does a chassid totally in your experiences, or a chassid is the Rebbe? The Rebbe is a chassid is because you're the Rebbe's Aid, and you're bringing the Rebbe down in Elam Hazar Gashmi. You are the Rebbe's person here in Elam Hazar. The Rebbe is the Rebbe, and the Rebbe is the Rebbe. The Rebbe is the Rebbe. He's our Rebbe. He's our Rebbe at Bias Mashiach Tzidkenu. He's our Rebbe. He's our Rebbe. This is where there Shvi. And so that we will bring Mashiach. That's what the Rebbe said. There's kashas and all kind of kashas. That there's so many years since Gimel Tammuz. It's a kasha. It's a kasha. It's a kasha which doesn't have a teretz. We're not interested in the teretz. We don't need a teretz. We know that the answer is that the Rebbe is going to bring the Gula. The Rebbe is going to bring the Geula through us. And we have to be the Rebbe's Yidden. And how could you be the Rebbe's Ayid? To be the Rebbe's Ayid is by learning Atat Tzava, learning and internalizing Atat Tzava, and doing those. The Rebbe didn't want us to be Grace Maskil. A lot of the Rebbe wanted we should be Maskil as much as we can. We should be loving them as much as we can. The Rebbe wants us to be Yidden that are sincere. Who are the people that the Rebbe says get satzket with? The Rebbe said, Yankel Hecht, Shia, your uncle, you know Yankel, you remember Yankel. He wasn't a big maskil, he wasn't a big lam, very far from a big maskil, and very far from a big lam. And by the Rebbe, he was very, very dear, because he did. Bepeil mamish, he did things. Things didn't go into brain. He went into Peil mamish. The Rebbe spoke about something, and his mind was how to actualize it. And the Rebbe wants us, we have to learn, and we have to daven, and we have to be Chassidish Yidden. But the Rebbe wants us to bring down a likus into El Hazagashmi, into our lives. Into our lives means into our personal lives, and our lives between you and your wife, into your life between you and your children, into your life between you and your community, that it should be murgish that the Eibishter is the Metzias or Amitis. That emes of the Rebbe, which is supposed to permeate our lives, should somehow or another be transmitted to the people that we come in contact with. And then we're Chassidim, and then we have true connection to the Eibishter and to the Rebbe. But if we're people that are thinking about ourselves, and we're thinking about our positions, and we think about people, everything is about us. Everything is about who we are and our positions, and I don't want to speak about shluchim, but that's you look at your shlichus as being a toyer of your metzius, not as a toyer of your bittul, but a toyer of your metzius. So then, what you transmit is your yeshus and your metzius and your faranikai, and you're not giving over to them. You're allowed to say that? I don't know if I'm allowed to say what I just said. Maybe I'm not allowed to say what I said. I'm not here to say to you any inyan. We're here to Farbrengen. It's Gimel Tammuz. Farbrengen. The nekudas advarim is medarfen zayin dem Rebbe's Eden. We have to be a yid. There should be the Rebbe's a yid. That what's important for the Rebbe should be important for us, and that for and foremost we should be what the Rebbe wants. And that should overpower our yeshus and our kavod and our positions and all the other inyanim. And we should think about what the Rebbe wants. The Rebbe wants us to bring down a likus lamata. And that's what Gimel Tammuz. What's Gimel Tammuz? Gimel Tammuz, I don't know Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz is the day that we have to remind ourselves that we are here in the Olam Hazeh to bring down the emes of the Rebbe in Lamata. We could go to Lamaila, well, some people go to Lamaila, but that's not, we're here. Why are we here now? We're here now as shluchim of the Rebbe, as an extension of the Rebbe, as the hands and feet of the Rebbe to bring down a likus lamata. That's what we're here. That's what a yid is supposed to think about. Gimel Tammuz will think like this: the Rebbe is the Rebbe. The Rebbe is the Rebbe. Kol inyanim of the Rebbe is to bring Mashiach, and Kol inyanim of the Rebbe Mashiach is to bring a likus lamata. And the Rebbe bepeil mamish begashmis is not an Elam Hazeh. So who is an Elam Hazeh? We're an Elam Hazeh. Who are we? We are extension of the Rebbe. So how is the Rebbe an Elam Hazeh? He's an Elam Hazeh through us. So if we're here to bring the Yonim of the Rebbe in Elam Hazeh, so we have to be a Keli Tor. We have to be a Keli Tor. We go on shlichus, we do all kinds of things. But the question is, what other things do we do? What other things do we do? So if we're a Keli Tor, and we can bring the Rebbe down into Elam Hazeh, so we're a conduit to bring a likus lamata. Masha'inkin, if we are people that are involved in all kinds of under inyanim, so memela, so that's not so good. That's not so good. And that's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about over here. Yeah, the Elam Hertus Meret. I'm a Chai. You're listening over here. What's going on here? I'm saying L'chaim. I'm normally Mendy Goldschmidt. When are you getting married? Soon. What? Tezvav Tammuz? Maybe you said Tezvav Tammuz. Test Tammuz. When?
Yud.
Yud Tammuz. Where in Chicago? Where are you now in Crown Heights? So this Shabbos Yofru finish. L'chaim b'shot teva. L'chaim. Zong l'chaim. No Mendy. So l'chaim b'shot teva mitzlachas. Everything should go very well. Where are you going to live in Crown Heights?
Mr. Hashem.
So you're going right after the Chassidus back to Crown Heights. I don't know what happened to my glasses over here. Okay. The mashka spilled out. The glasses fell. All things are happening over here. Let me get my glasses. Don't worry about the mashka. All right. This guy is taking care of his bike over here. I don't know what's happening over here. All kinds of yonim happening. Yeah, it's good. No, Yehuda, don't worry about it. Simi, you want to come here for a second? Somehow or another, two things here. One thing is that this thing is empty with water, and somehow or another, all this water that was in this cup is on the floor. That's apella dikamaisa, amifus. So maybe you bring a towel, get the stuff off the floor, and then we'll get the pitcher filled with water. Two and yonim are gonna happen. Yeah. I'm appella de gezach. All right. I think I said everything. I think I told you everything I had to say already. Maybe someone else wants. I see Shirley Brook is here. You're home. Where are you? In your house? I'm looking at people that I know. Maybe they'll say something. I'm a chai. You don't want to say anything. I heard a word from your father lately. I heard a word from Rabadin. Someone told me, I heard this from Yisrael Ashkenazi, I think. He told me that in England, in English, there's religious Jews and non-religious Jews. There's religious Jews and non-religious Jews. But in Ivrit, there's two words. There's a word that's called dati, and there's a word. What's the other word? No, amchaya. There's a word called dati, and there's a word called no. There's dati and there's dati choloni, and in dati gufa there's dati and there's
Haredi.
Haredi. Oh, Haredi. That's the word.
No, I don't think it's one each.
Haredi. I don't know if he said Haredi. Haredi and dati.
No, it's like
Someone. How do you say observant? No, or maybe fakir. Maybe in English there's dati. No, maybe fakir. Fakir. Maybe fakir. I say fakir. I made a mistake. Ta'iti. In Hebrew, there's only one word. Dati or dati. There's either dati or dati. But in English, there's religious and observant. Oh, that's the word. There's religious and there's observant. What's the meaning of religious and observant? There's religion. You know this word from your father. There's religious and you don't know the word. So I'm telling you over a word that I heard this week or last week from Yisrael Ashkenazi. He told me that there's such a thing called religious and there's such called observant. Observant means he keeps what he's supposed to keep. He's observant. What's religious? I'm not sure. Religious. He's a religious Jew. There's a religious Yid, and there's a Yid that's observant. In Ivrit is dati, lo dati, o dati, o no dati. B'Anglit, there's observant, and there's religious. We could be Chassidim, religious Chassidim. Religious Chassidim. There's the Rebbe, there's Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz, you'll spend $100,000 to go to the oil. You go to the oil. Really? It makes sense. It makes sense. I'm not arguing. It makes sense to spend $100,000 to go to the oil. Good. But then there's observant. Observant means to take the Rebbe's Heirosh and to bring it down into your life, but pale mamish. And in the second part of the Maimer, the Rebbe speaks about how there's a Metzias called the people that have Mesiras Nefesh. People had Mesiras Nefesh in Russia. They had Mesiras Nefesh Kama v'Kama Shonim. And then when they came to Artzis Arvochim, means America, so Einem Nikra Mesiras Nefesh Kolkal. That was very, very edel. He says Einem Nikra Mesiras Kolkal. It means Pasha, they were like Grabba Yungin. You have people that were Bala Mesiras Nefesh in Russia, and then when it came to what's pshat? What's pshat? What's pshat? Marusha. By that was Nizgal Etzma Nefesh. How could they be? The answer is that's their Metzias. But that Metzias that is really them didn't become internalized with them. That's not them. That's them because Be'etzim it's them. But Be'etzim it's them has nothing to do with them in the Elam Hazagash. No, let me read practice. You have a person that's an Elam Haza person. He's an Elam Haza person. And what's he interested in? He's interested in money. He's interested in COVID. He's interested in Titus. That's what he's interested in. He wants to have a big house, a beautiful house. He wants to have a lot of COVID, and he wants to have a lot of Titus. That's what he wants to have. Nervous. He's a chassid. He's a ben achsidim by the Rebbe. So mipam lepam business gala comes Gimel Tammuz. This gala, he's a chassid, but that's not really who it truly is. That's not who it truly is, and therefore, when that is galus and that is eros and that Farbrengen is finished, he's back to where he was. That's in our lives. So we have a person that's a Magushim Be'etzim, he's a Magushim. And then he has a big Seiros, he has a big Farbrengen. Big Emeladis, Nasha Shivim, Nasha Shishim, Nasha Arboim, I don't know what he has. But he's Be'etzim a Magushim. He's a Magushim. He's interested in Gashmias. But he's a Chassid. So b'shas the Farbrengen, I don't know what. So the kus, but it's the chamagushim. That's in Elam Hazagash. Then you have a person that's not a magushim. You have a person that's a Mesiras Nefesh in Russia. But the Rebbe is saying that person is also, he never left himself. He never really left himself. And even though he has Mesiras Nefesh, but that's not him. That's not him. Bahar Raya, when he came to America, he became a Magushim. But then there's a Metzias where you can bring a Likus, and the Likus should become part of who you are. A Likus should become part of who you are. And that's already the Aveda that's being discussed at the end of the Maimah Basilagati, where a person is the union of Kosis, that he's Kosis from the fact that he's in Golus. I don't know, I'm not 100% sure how to masber the union. But the Rebbe is money from us that we should not only be Chassidim that say Chitas and Rambam and all in Yon, that we shouldn't only be people that do the right things. We should be the right people. We should be people that are the Rebbe's people. That the truth of the Rebbe should somehow or another permeate our Metzias. That we should have had that Emes Havaya Le'elam in a real way. In a way that we can't become separated from that truth. And that comes through Aveda. That doesn't come through Giluyim. Doesn't come because you experience. You can be Simchas Torah by the Rebbe. I was Simchas Torah by the Rebbe. And Simchas Torah by the Rebbe was something which I could tell you on a personal level. There's nothing in Elam Hazer or in Elam Haba that could replace being by Simchas Torah by the Rebbe. Being by the Rebbe Simchas Torah, seeing the Rebbe Din Sakofis, is something which is betachlis, l'mayla, mayla, mikol dover. But that doesn't mean that becomes who you really are. You could see or have an experience, and that could cause a gewaldik iserus. But you could be someone else. V'har raya, that was Mitzvah Simchas Torah, either right away Mitzvah Simchas Torah, day after Mitzvah Simchas Torah, 2 days after Mitzvah Torah. You're back to your ketchup. You're back to your ketchup. Ketchup, I don't mean ketchup. I mean ketchup conceptually. Whatever your ketchup is, your ketchup. Whatever your ketchup is. Whatever your ketchup is, that's what it is. You're back to your ketchup. Why you're back to your ketchup? Because that's who you really are. Because the fact that you have a shachs to the Rebbe was something which is superimposed on you. That wasn't who you really are. Masha'in came, the Rebbe is speaking of the Maimah, and he's saying that a Yid has the ability, that's the Kosis, that's the second Madregan Kosis, that there's Moshe Rabbeinu is V'atet Tzava. And then there's the Aveda of a Yid, that the Aveda of a Yid is V'yichoi Lecha Shemazayis. That the Yid brings Shemazayis Kavyochel to Moshe, that he enhances that connection between a Yid and the Eibishter, and that causes through Moshe that it becomes such a connection which is Bechlal not Shaykhs to be Mavad. And that's what we're talking about. So I'm not the person to talk over here. I'm talking because I don't know what, I was given this job to talk. This was my shlichus. I was given a shlichus over there. I was given a shlichus. They told me that there's Farbrengen, Gimel Tammuz, Ervechem. I don't know what. I asked what's this Farbrengen because I didn't want to get involved in the political myself. So I asked who is it. They told me it's Ervechem. It's on the 302. I don't know, all kinds of. I understood, and it was Chaim Zakler. So I understood that there's no problem. I'm not going to be fighting with anybody. I'm not going against anybody. I'm not doing any issues. I'm telling you my concerns over here. But I'll call upon him. The Nekudas Advarim is that we're here together, and I'm drinking a lot of mashka, and I don't know exactly what. I'm not sure where the bottle was when we started. It's not a gay. The Aliyah. The gay is that we should have a shachs to the Rebbe. We should be the Rebbe's Yidden. We should bring a likus lamata, and we should bring a likus into our lives. And Gimel Tammuz shouldn't only mean a day where we kilo say the Rebbe's great, and we miss the Rebbe. That's not what Gimel Tammuz is. Yeah, Gimel Tammuz is a day that we're supposed to say we have the Rebbe. Yeah, Gimel Tammuz is not a day. We're supposed to miss the Rebbe. We're supposed to miss the Rebbe. Supposed to. It's not supposed to. A normal person should miss the Rebbe. But Gimel Tammuz is not about missing the Rebbe. You're going to start expressing that you missed the Rebbe. You didn't have Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz is a day that we have to get involved and understand that we have the Rebbe. We have the Rebbe, and the Rebbe is with us, and the Rebbe is with us. That's what we have to understand. The Rebbe never left us. Agam Gimel Tammuz was a terrible, terrible, terrible day. A day where the Gashmis of the Rebbe left us. But we're sitting here, Gimel Tammuz, we're understanding that the Gashmis of the Rebbe left us. But the Rebbe himself never left us. And we believe wholeheartedly, every Chassid believes wholeheartedly that the Rebbe Indian is with us. He's with us, he thinks about us, and he cares about us. And the same Rebbe that you walked in, I just saw yesterday a video, everyone maybe saw it, I don't know. And the person was speaking about that he went into the Rebbe, a friend of the person, a guy from the place, young Israel. And he tells the Rebbe, he was telling the Rebbe, and the Rebbe gave a cry, the Rebbe gave a trer. There was a trer of the Rebbe. The person was saying a personal story. The Rebbe has a personal concern about every one of us. And he was concerned about us. He's concerned about me. Even though I'm who am I? It's about you. No, you don't have to have any special name. You don't have to have a special this, special does. The Rebbe is a Yid. The Rebbe is a Yid. So the Rebbe cares about you. And he worries about you. And he thinks about you. Now, today, right now. And before Gimel Tammuz, the Gashmis, when he thought about you, he thought about him. He couldn't think about you. When he was in Chassidus with you, he couldn't think about him. But behind Bisman Hazeh, that there's no that Gashmis. So he's thinking about you beprotius, and he's thinking about him beprotius, and they're thinking about beprotius. And you can have your personal relationship with the Rebbe. And what is that personal relationship supposed to express? It's supposed to express this emes havai le'elam, the truth, that the emes of your neshama, that your connection to Likus is the atzmistic connection. And therefore, all your inyanim is be'etzem, what is your emes? The emes in you is your shach to Likus. And everything else about your life is very secondary. And if that's true, yeah. Mendel Katz, you're here, you're Shalom Aleichem. This is Meshi. We learned together, yeah? We learned together in Chicago a little bit. I don't remember what Gemara we learned together. We learned of Hay, maybe. What we learned? You remember what Gemara we learned? I don't know what. It's in Kedushin, yeah, Kedushin. We learned this year. Oh, last year. So what Masat we learned last year? I don't know what Masat we learned. What Masat?
Kedushin.
Who? Who? I don't hear. Kedushin. This year we'll learn Kedushin, no? Last year we'll learn not Kedushin. Or not Kedushin. What we learned last year? Don't remember. Are you listening to me? You're Moshe, you're hearing me? Well, you're a little bit. You're hearing. Yeah. Good. All right. Ich red. Sagen weiter L'chaim. I'm going to say L'chaim till I'm going to go. I'm going to expire. You want me to? I will expire. It will happen. I was saying already a long time already L'chaim. I mean, I came late to this Farbrengen. I can't get over the idea that I came late to the Farbrengen. I fell asleep. I don't usually. I don't sleep. Usually I wake up every 5 minutes. Yeah, I slept. I was very exhausted.
What's England?
The starke Ravanya from
Wolberg?
From the young L'chaim. All right. L'chaim. Levi and Druzy, I see you're still here. Good to see you.
I'm in and out.
You're in and out. You're still in Columbus.
In Columbus. I'm in.
Dave.
Sorry, Wolberg, you bring back some precious Zechrenes.
I think we were together. There was Shabbos before Gimel Tammuz. We were together in my house, maybe with your Chevra. That was Shabbos before Gimel Tammuz.
That was
my house.
That's right.
Who's talking?
That's right. And the
Was
Chevra
it
who was
Shabbos
here.
before Gimel Tammuz?
That was no. That was a winter thing.
L'chaim. I don't know what it's called. That's a Negan, maybe. Mendy Goldschmidt. Du bist ein Beschachs der Leben an der Gina.
Turn right onto Linden Boulevard.
No, sag something. Mendel Katz Yeshachs, you know? How does Beryl Marseille's Negan go? How does it go?
Telling you knows how it goes. After all these years, I want to figure it out. This is the game. It must be.
Where are we? This is it. I'm like sitting here with mashke and a little bit what is this called? I don't even know what it's called. It's food. There's some food here. Not sure what it's called. Quiche. It's called a quiche. No, I'm not. It's something. It's a word I learned in England. Whatever. It's nothing major. Nothing major. Some little eggs and vegetables. The Kaddish maybe is so quiche. No, geht so an England ist wrong. Ich habe gut England. No. Who's this here? iPhone. Who's iPhone? Who's iPhone? I don't know who iPhone is. This is Levitten. Who's this? Levitten? You're Levitten?
Yes, Levi Levittin.
Levi Levittin. No.
How are you, Wolberg?
Baruch Hashem, how are you?
Good.
This is Levi Levittin from the twins.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. You're married man, Mr.
Yes.
Where do you live? In Seattle?
Seattle.
Very good. So fine. So maybe sing up Sanigan. Sing up Sanigan. There was some Sanigan your father used to like. I don't know what the nigga was.
Plenty of other people are Balmanagan over here, not me.
I hear you. No, someone's starting Niggan. We can't find if someone's starting Niggan here. Where's someone here? There's no one here that can start a Niggan. Shmuley Perlstein. No. Mashi, you know the nigga. Ay, 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 da, wa, wa, ay, 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 da, wa, 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 ya, wa, 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 ayada, ya, wa, ya, da, wa, wa. Wa wa ya wa 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 ya da Awayada, awayada, wawaya, wawayada, yada. Awayada, yada, wawaya, wawayada. Awayada, awayada, wawa. Ahem. Yeah, it'll help me. Awayada. Good to see you. Again. Awayada, So what are we bringing about? What do we want? There's two inyan. There's the inyan that we're here Gimel Tammuz. What's pshat? We're here Gimel Tammuz together. And then the Ikar Shaila is, how is Gimel Tammuz going to affect our lives? Dalet Tammuz and Hey Tammuz. We're here Gimel Tammuz. We Gimel Tammuz together. We Gimel Tammuz together. We sat together. We Farbrengen. We drank mashke. I drank mashke lefachas. I was moitzi you. I don't know. Different people. I'm in a different time. I'm 11 o'clock at night. I'm ready to Matzi Gimel Tammuz. I'm ready Matzi Gimel Tammuz. I'm ready Gimel Tammuz at night. Some of you are Gimel Tammuz in the afternoon. Some of you finished Mishnayos, didn't finish Mishnayos, didn't learn them out. All right. The Kudas Hadvarim is that we want to bring the Rebbe into our lives, be'emes, and we want to bring the Rebbe into the lives of our lives and our family and all the people we come in contact. That they should realize that there's a Rebbe. Elamaz is a place where, what does it mean there's a Rebbe? There's a Rebbe means there's pictures, whatever, you have pictures and you have all kinds. There's no pictures. There's no pictures. There's a Rebbe. When is there? You tell me there's a Rebbe. Explain to me there's a Rebbe. You tell me there's a Rebbe. You tell me, despite the fact that there's Gimel Tammuz, there's a Rebbe. So that's the first thing we have to bring into our lives. That there's a Rebbe. There's a Rebbe not on Zoom. A Rebbe on Zoom, Pshat is, it's a virtual Rebbe. There's a Rebbe. What's Zoom? What's Pshat Zoom? What's Pshat Zoom? Zoom Pshat is, there's a matzav somewhere, b'mokim pleni. You're b'mokim pleni, two separate matzav. But through the Zoom, you could have a connection to that matzav. Yeah, you have Chicago. You have Chicago. You have Moshe. You have Chicago. There's a yeshiva going on. There's a Rabbi Pearlstein. There's a Rabbi Silber. There's all kinds of. There's all kinds of zach. And there's you. There's Moshe Katz, and he finds himself in Brooklyn on President Street, on the other side of the street. Okay. Now, question is, what connection does he have to Yonason Silverberg and to Schoenberg Halberstam and to whoever is Maggid Shir, I don't know who he is Levi Stern or whoever it is. Levi Stern was last year, this year maybe, I don't know whoever it is. What's enough? What's the connection? The Chura, there's a different world. So the answer is because there's such a thing called Dover Shenikra Zoom. And through Zoom, he could be in President Street, and Rabbi, whoever it is, could be there, and he zooms in, and he sees something that's going on elsewhere. But that zoom doesn't change that what's going on is elsewhere. What's going on is elsewhere. And I am here, and I am privy to what's going on elsewhere. And if that elsewhere is very, very dynamic and very exciting and very motivating, is although I find myself in President Street, and the elsewhere is I don't know where, and wherever it's called. I don't remember the name of the street. So, but I'm inspired because through Zoom, I'm privy to what's happening there. But Zoom doesn't say I'm there. That's not what Zoom is. So there's a Rebbe. Where's the Rebbe? The Rebbe is the Rebbe. And we're finding ourselves in Elam Hazeh and Elam Acheshach. And then we have a Zoom. We have a Zoom. That Zoom zooms in on the Rebbe. And that's Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz is a Zoom time. There's before Erev Gimel Tammuz, we're by the pool. Dalet Tammuz, we're also by the pool. But Gimel Tammuz, we're not by the pool. Because we're not going to be by the pool, Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz passes us to be by the pool. You understand? Yeah. The pool over here is not like a pool. We're talking about the pool in there's a pool but pale, but there's a pool in concept. Gimel Tammuz, we zoom in on the Rebbe. And we become inspired. And we sing Nigunim. And we cry. We do all kinds of stuff. And then we close the Zoom. Matzah Gimel Tammuz. And we go back to the pool. And then we had a good Gimel Tammuz experience. So where were you Gimel Tammuz? I was by the oil. I wasn't by the oil. But either way, I was in Zoom. That's and since it's a Zoom experience, so just like we know, you have Farbrengen in Zoom. You have Farbrengen in Zoom. Moshe, you have Farbrengen in Zoom. But tomorrow, yesterday, you have Farbrengen in Zoom. Tomorrow, you have breakfast, lunch, supper. You have all the Zoom yesterday doesn't disturb your tomorrow's Levi. Very nice. Very nice. It doesn't disturb your kinyon. So your Gimel Tammuz, because Zoom is not going to disturb tomorrow's pizza. It's not going to disturb. Tomorrow's pizza is tomorrow's pizza. And yesterday was Gimel Tammuz Zoom. And we're here sitting at Gimel Tammuz, and we're trying to figure out two things. First of all, we have to realize that Gimel Tammuz is not Zoom. It's not Zoom. It's real. It's realer than real. It's more real than just being by the Farbrengen. You could be by the Farbrengen and not be real. And you could be in Zoom and be real. You could have a connection to the Rebbe, which is more real than being by the Rebbe's Farbrengen. Could you believe that? That you could have a connection with the Rebbe today, which is more real than anybody's experience being by the Rebbe by his Farbrengen, being by the Rebbe by his Akafas. And you could have that experience with the Rebbe because you look at the pnimis of the Rebbe and you can have that experience. And then you have to figure out how to bring that experience. I'm going to have to excuse myself right now. Push it because of Elam Hazak Ashmi. I'll be back momentarily. If you want Mendel Katz, you can continue talking. I'll give you Rishus Hadib. I don't give anyone Rishus Hadib, I give you Rishus Hadib. You speak. Say Psavort, Chassidus word. Say Psavort, you heard, you learned. I'll be back.
There's two dive beds here, so no one's gonna. So hey, Beryl, the guy thought I was making litzanas because I was building a bike for my daughter while I was watching. So he shut my camera, and Rebbe Wolberg thought it was cute. But there was other. 1 second. There was a. So there was a bacher doing mivtzayim in Israel in the morning in a factory. He's wrapping film on a guy, and you could see like trucks are coming in, and he's joining a Farbrengen by night on Zoom in America, and that was very, very cute. And you know, you don't want to watch it, don't watch it, but it was beautiful to see it. And everybody zoomed in, and like someone reported it in a newspaper. A guy's doing mivtzayim, he's wrapping film on someone. And he has his camera on, and he's watching. He's enjoying a night Farbrengen, and he's in the morning at work. So Benegay to the video. So younger man sent our class in the chat a video how he put on a gartel to go vote 2 days ago in Crown Heights. They had elections or something. So he said, "Why am I putting on the gartel? Because Rebbe Groner used to put on the gartel because the Rebbe told him to vote. So it became a religious thing. If the Rebbe tells you go get it."
What's going on here? There's some guy over here that's like falling asleep. Who's that? Mindy Shepherd. Mindy Shepherd seems to be in the Elama, I don't know what. Geht sagen, ob es a Chassidische Nigen? No, not really. Where I have to darshan. I'm darshaning already for a very long time. I officially started 7 o'clock. Right now it's already 11 o'clock, I think. Although I came taka late, which I can't forgive myself for. But even late, I'm talking a long time. I don't usually talk so long. So I'm eating a little bit also, maybe. I need to eat something. I think this is the right thing to do. Maybe usually I think I'm the right thing to do to eat, maybe. Not sure. Okay.
I think we should put on a gartel when we eat because it says v'chalta v'savota v'rachta. There's all.
Who's that? Who's this Sarah? Someone's making a joke of me? Someone's trying to make fun of me. I'm not eating. I'm biting. I'm not eating.
Americans like to be machmeh very much in the mitzvah from Vachalta b'Savoto.
Okay. Who's this? Who's talking over here? Beret. Shalom Sheriff. What happened to your shver? He left? Was he asleep?
He's coming back. He's coming back shortly.
So when did you get married? Like a week ago? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, 2.5 weeks ago.
2.5 weeks ago. You're still wearing your Samata yarmulke? That
Yeah. No. Shmuley convinced me. We switched. We converted.
That's terrible.
We converted.
You converted. So now you wear a regular Lubavitch yarmulke.
Exactly.
Baruch Hashem.
You still remember, huh?
Huh?
Did you still remember?
I remember you very, very well. You're like the modern, the very, very special people that were pretty normal.
Okay.
Pretty normal.
Time.
Most of Shia's Adams are my nephews, I think.
Yeah. I heard you were by most of the Chassidus. I was insulted that you didn't come.
Like Schneer and Levi and who else is there? Who else is there?
Penny Wyman.
Yeah.
I was very insulted that you didn't come.
Insulted.
No.
All right. Fine,
I sent you an invitation even.
You sent me an invitation.
Yeah. Hopefully you made it.
I thought I was getting it from your shver.
Nope.
Chaim. Oh, Yaakov Weiss. Oh, also brings back memories. Where's Yaakov Weiss today?
In 770.
Yeah? Yeah, Yaakov Weiss is a bacher. This is from Yaakov Weiss, which is originally Chicago bacher.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. L'chaim, we sagen L'chaim Mendy Goldschmidt, L'chaim. The Chassidus zijn b'shotev v'mitzlachas. Alle gute Sachen.
Amen.
Is Mendy Deitch still here? There was a Mendy Deitch here before. Mendy Deitch is still here. Still not. Mendy Deitch is still on this line. No. There's nobody here. No. I'll tell you why. I wanted you to contact Avimation. Where's Mendy Deitch? He's not here, you know? Nothing to talk about. He's not here. Mendy Deitch left. Okay.
You want Avramation on the Zoom?
I want Avramation on Zoom. Let me give you Srili. He was the Avramason's a cousin, yeah?
I have his number. I'll call him.
Call Avramation. I want to say a story. 13 missed calls. 13 missed calls. What does that mean? It's a bad scene. 13 missed calls. I want to say a story that I want to have a message to hear. But the Maisa is, I can say it's a message myself. But since we're on Farbrengen and we're talking together, so I figured let Avramesha listen. Yeah, you here? What's going on here? He has a mask. Why does he have a mask?
I'm going to try calling you. Give us a second.
You know his number? Yeah, he's not at home. Let me give you his number. Deitch. 715-718-552-5812. Yeah? That's the number you're talking about? Slowly.
Yankov Mesha, gibt's a Shir jetzt?
Who's talking here?
Yankov Mesha, you're giving a Shir in Nigla now? A Pilbul sagst du? Was sagst du?
Who's this? This sounds like Yoski Goppin. That sounds like Yoski Goppin. You want me to say a Shir Nigla?
Ich hab eins gesagt. Aber die gefragte Scheile, ich sehe das nicht kennt. Und die gefragt, was meint, an ihm ist Paul, das hat Tinekase. Hast du nicht gehabt kennen.
What are you talking about here? Who's this? Who's this? Yoske?
Yeah.
I don't remember any Shilas. Nobody asked me any Shilas over here.
Rabbi Wolberg, he doesn't answer.
Okay. I don't remember any Shilas. Who asked? Someone asked me a Shilas on the Spal that's Atirik.
Rabbi Wolberg.
Yoske, you're mixing up here in Yon.
Rabbi Wolberg.
Du fragst mich dann wegen Farbrengen mit Salmen Goppen. Oh, Yoske. What are you talking about?
Rabbi Wolberg.
Yes.
There is a musig of people who come onto a Zoom Farbrengen to disturb. So you don't have to be nispal from all of these disturbers.
I hear you, but Yoske Goppin is not a person that disturbs anybody.
Das ist nicht Yoske Goppin. It's not Yoske Goppin. Yoske Goppin is actually another Farbrengen right now. Veloshon HaKedesh. It's someone else that's coming to disturb.
I see Yoske. I see a picture of Yoske here.
I'm here. That's me. That's Yoske Goppin. Yes.
Okay, guys, help me out. Point out who it is that's talking. If you can help me.
Yoske.
It's Yoske Goppin. Don't worry about it. I can be in people bring and say.
I know what you're talking about, Yoske. Yoske, geef me de rest. Yoske, ich bin eingewöhnt, als dein Bruder Salman schreit von mir. Beseder, sehr beseder. Ich bin Masken. Soll schreien von mir. I feel good when he screams at me. Not because I'm happy that he screams at me. I feel that he tells me the truth. Yoske, Salman sagt mir die Memes. Salman wird nicht gespoilert, sagt die Memes. Wird nicht gespoilert, sagt die Memes, how he sees it. But you, I don't know what you want from me. What do you want from me? What you're telling me things that didn't happen. You're saying things that didn't happen, Yoske. You're muted. You're not. You're muted. Okay. Mail was. Mail was sagst du? What are you trying to say?
Sei mamshich.
Even mamshich, even garnish. I feel that I don't have what to say anymore. I said already everything I have to say. I said that we have to be Yidden, that have to bring the Rebbe down into our lives. I want to say a story. I mean, the Maisa says there's a lot of stories about the Rebbe. People say stories. To me, I would say, when I speak about the Rebbe and the stories about the Rebbe, there's one story that to me is like the most greatest story that I could ever hear, that I could ever say over, and that's to me the deepest story. And that is Azoy. There's two stories really. There's a story that I don't know 100% that it's a true story. I mean, I believe it's a true story, but Rabbi Yael says he asked about it, and he asked about it, and he asked about it. So Rabbi Yael says he was mavar, that's a true story. But then there's there's two stories. There's one story, a story like this. I'll say a story like this. There's a story, Rabbi Yael says all that story as it, that there was a Yechidus Klolis of Chassanim. Where the Rebbe spoke to the Chassanim and Kalas. And then the Seder Advarim was the Chassanim would go by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe would give them $1 and then give them a bracha. There was such a Yechidus Klolis, and there was one particular chassan that the Rebbe stopped him after he gave it. And the Rebbe asked him, "Did you receive already my letter to the wedding?" which is become the brief. And this Chassan answered, he didn't receive the letter.
What's that? What's
So
that?
the Rebbe told him, ich ist in gechas mit dem Brief. Und der Brief gefühlt sich in Maskiris Mustafa. Es geht rein in Maskiris, ist die gefühlt, ist die kriegen den Brief.
Also, this is the first one.
This was a Chassidus, and this was something the Rebbe told this Chassan, which was a Dvar Pella. You know, you have a Chassan, let's say, with a name like, I don't know what, Schneerson, Gurari, I don't know, some special name. So you would say the Rebbe was giving this person special attention. But you have a regular name, like Moshe Wolberg, I don't know, a name that's meaningless. It's a meaningless name. It's just a name amongst all the names. So that the Rebbe should stop this. I'm not saying by the Rebbe everybody's meaningful, but that the Rebbe should stop this person was a Dvar Pella. So Dvar Pella is a regular guy, a regular bacher in 770. So the Rebbe stops him and he asks him, "Did you get my letter?" It was a Dvar Pella. And someone saw this and heard this, and he went to this bacher, and he asked this bacher, "Could you understand why the Rebbe said this to you?" So the bacher says, "No, I don't really know. But I want to tell you a story." The bacher tells this other person, "I'll tell you a story." The story is, Azoy, that there were a bunch of bacherim sitting upstairs in 770, in the Zal, upstairs in 770. 2 o'clock in the morning, I don't know what time in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning. And they were talking Dvar B'Tel. Imagine such a thing, that bacherim sitting at 770, 2 o'clock in the morning, talking Dvar B'Tel. I don't know, it's hard to imagine. But Lepel, Maisa Shoya Kachoya, that's what happened. That there were bacherim in 770 talking Dvar B'Tel. And they were talking about all kinds of things. So one bacher, they were discussing the letter that the Rebbe sends to the Chasna. The letter that the Rebbe sends to the Chasna. How do you have to look at this letter? The Rebbe sends to the Rebbe, Shalom Bracha, B'mayin Ha'edah, Mikviz Man Chasunasam, Hini Bazel Azbiyah, Berchasi, Berchas Mazel Tov. How are you supposed to look at this letter? So one person said, yeah, look at the Rebbe like a personal letter. The Rebbe sent this letter to thousands and thousands of people. The pale mamish, the Rebbe is sending you a letter, you have to look at it like a personal letter. Then someone else said, there was all kinds of diyunim. Now there was one bocher, a chutzpinyak, nishki greisa meinen. That's the bocher that the Rebbe spoke to. That he said, I don't believe that when the Rebbe signs the letters of the Chasana, he really knows who he's signing to. And what happens? There's 100 Chasana letters. The Rebbe has to sign 50 Chasana letters. There's 50 Bar Mitzvah letters. There's 50 Bas Mitzvah letters. There's 50 Bris letters. There's all kinds of letters. So what happens? Shalom Mendel Simpson is around. I don't know. I think it's all about Shalom, yeah. So he would bring the Rebbe the letters, and the Rebbe would sign it. Did the Rebbe know if he's signing a Bar Mitzvah letter, he's learning a Chasna letter, he's signing a Bris letter? Does he know who he's signing to? He's signing the letter. Shalom Mendel gave him the letter. That was this person's opinion about what happens inside the Rebbe's room during the letter. That's what this person is saying over to the person that's asking him what happened. So in his mind, when he went by, he was a chassid. And in his mind, the Rebbe, when he signs a letter, he signs the letter. He doesn't know who the letter is written to. He's not even sure what the letter is about. That's what he thought. And here the Rebbe is, so to speak, telling him, you got my letter. I signed my letter. If you need your letter, it's in the mosquitoes. So what's the Rebbe telling you? The Rebbe said, I read the letter and I signed your letter and I signed it to you, and you're the person that I sent a letter to. Napshat, there's a Rebbe, there's people, and the Rebbe is sending out letters, and he doesn't know who he's sending out letters to. And whoever Shalom Mendel Simpson writes the letter to. No. The Rebbe is sending the letter to you. And you're that's what happened. That's what, and so this person says, he's not a mechuyachis, but he's a chutzpinyak. And Memela is chutzpinyak. He will not sell a maisa. He will not sell a maisa. But a maisa and it gets alamin. And a maisa which I want to share with you. I want to share with your maisa. I want to share with your maisas. It's Tammuz. It's a time to share. It's time to share. So I want to share a maisa. Share maisa zoy. This is a maisa which I heard from someone that's the Bala maisa. This time I heard it in Tov Shin Samach Gimel. I'll tell you who I heard it from. Agam, it's not politically correct. The person I heard it from is Ofer Midovnik. I don't know if you, Mr. Avmesh, you don't know who Ofer Midovnik is. Ofer Midovnik is the Mashpia in Tzvas. This is the Tzvas in Bochrim. Was gefunden sich in 770. Is der Mashpia. Kann sich schon vorstellen. He's der Mashpia. Often. He's the Eidim by Shleimke Madanchik. And because of the lay Madanchik connection, mainly we have a connection, so offer, and me we're connected. So offer at me the tell the mice. The mice say, I'm coming back in a minute. I'm coming back because I personally want to tell you the mice Ruike hate, and if I'll be mafsik for a minute, I'll be Ruiker. I'm not going to be Masber, the Inyon. Just a second.
Sruli, Brooke.
Yeah.
Why do I have things circling? It says waiting. It's like I can't even see anybody. I can't move. Usually I can move the screen to the right, to the left to see who's on it.
I don't know. We see you, and we hear you very well. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't see anybody, and for some reason the thing keeps going waiting. Should I try to hang up and try to zoom in again?
Yeah. Try again. Leave and come back on the link. Avramesha, we see you. We don't hear you.
Okay, now I see. Okay,
Yeah,
now nobody's blocking. Okay.
What happened to I lost you.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah?
Du bist in England jetzt?
Oh, I saw Misha before. Okay, fine. Kitzra myself. No? I lost you.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
You hear? Somewhere. Yeah. I'll call upon him, Zazoy. So I'm telling you over a story. I want to tell you a story. I'm telling you a share story. We're Chassidim. We're sitting in Gimel Tammuz. We want to have a Shaykh to the Rebbe. We're talking about having a Shaykh to the Rebbe. We want our Shaykh to the Rebbe to be nimshach not only on Gimel Tammuz, but to be nimshach after Gimel Tammuz. That we should have a emissaire pnimis to Shaykh to the Rebbe. So I want to tell you over a story. I want to tell you a story. I don't know if the story is it's Amos' story. I mean, it's Amos' story. But I'm telling you right now. I'm Moshe, you here?
I hear you.
You're with me. That's right. That's why I called you last night. I'm telling you. So I called you. I called you last night to tell you the story.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now. I wanted to sit with you and tell you the story, but I figured I'm saying the story now by Farbrengen. So come to Farbrengen. We'll hear the story. That was the idea that I asked Sruli to call you.
Eponymous gesagt time, yeah?
So the story I heard from, who did I hear the story from? From Ofer. Ofer Midovnik. Ofer Midovnik is, is aggressive Shechist. Mashanikra aggressive. He's the mashpia of Tzvas. I think the mashpia. Okay. He was in New York, Chanukah Nun Beis. Chanukah Nun Beis, he was in New York. He was in New York staying by a family, by mishpacha, that there was someone staying in that mishpacha that came from Bet Shemesh, it was a person by the name of Eli, and this Eli didn't have any children yet. He didn't have any children yet. I think he was there without his wife. It was just Eli. He was there, he didn't have any children yet. He was there, he was chasna, Kamak Shonim after the chasna, didn't have any children. And then there was someone else there in this person's house where Ofer was staying, which had a daughter which had problems that her shiririm weren't working and she couldn't stand. They had to carry her. You know, she couldn't push and stand. No, she was a very good girl, smart girl, all good zaken. She couldn't stand. She couldn't move. Her limbs weren't able to carry her. She didn't have that strength of being able to close her limbs and be able to stand. Everything like fell in. Her knees fell, her hands fell, everything fell. So it was Ofer, it was Eli. I don't remember what the other name was. There was another name. That was the story. They were there, Chanukah Nun Beis. Now this Ofer, okay. Now this Eli went to the Rebbe and asked him for a bracha for children. This was like the Sunday for dollars. And he came back very disappointed. He felt the Rebbe didn't answer him warmly. He didn't feel that there was a warm answer. And he was surprised by it. He came especially from the Chemesh. There's Eli Weiner that came, Eli Weiner, which is aided by the Greenbergs from Chabad, and he sent him to New York. That's how he ended up by this person's house. And Bekitzer Amaisa, this Eli felt a little bit nicht zufrieden. And he expressed it to Ofer. So Ofer spoke to Eli Azoy. Now Ofer is telling Eli a story. Ofer is telling Eli a story. You with me, Avmesh? You hear me?
Yeah.
Ofer is telling Eli a story. This Ofer is an Eidim by Shleimke Madanchik. Now you're going to have a know from this part of the story. Now Ofer, when he got married, I think around Toshimem, maybe, not 100% sure. He didn't have children. Maybe for 3 years. And he came to the Rebbe for Tishrei. He went to the Rebbe. He came to the Rebbe. He was here. When he came to the Rebbe, he came before his wife came. He came maybe before Rosh Hashanah. His wife came before Sukkot. Some of his wife didn't have what to do. Someone was working. He maybe wasn't working. B'kitzur, he came earlier. And he was staying by Yisrael Duchman. Yisrael Duchman. I know you're going to enjoy this part. This part you're going to enjoy. So he went over for a bracha. And then he gave up some bracha. And he didn't feel a varmkeit. He gave up bracha. Then his wife came. I think, after Simchas Torah. Not 100% sure when. And his wife was going to go over to the Rebbe, Yishayna Rabba. So Yisrael said that the bracha that he received is a p'snishke bracha, this nishke bracha. He wasn't great as the bracha. But his wife, she is the Rebbe for bracha. You should tell the Rebbe that she's Shleim Kamadanchik's daughter. That's not the guy. So that was part of the story. She should tell the Rebbe that she's Shleim Kamadanchik's bracha. And after the Rebbe gives her a bracha, she should say to the Rebbe that she wants to have an achiza b'gashmis. It's the Torah that I heard from Ofer b'shem Yisrael Duchman. Kitzer, this Chaitz, I think her name is Chai. The Kitzer, she went over to the Rebbe, Yishayna Rabba. She told the Rebbe exactly this, the way Yisrael Duchman told her with Mechanicher. She told her she's Shleim Kamadanchik's daughter. She's asking for a bracha with children. The Kitzer, the Rebbe gave her a bracha, and the Rebbe gave her a very, very viram bracha. What's this a viral bracha? You can't have more viral. The Rebbe told her you should have a child this year. So makin dem yor. This was Tishrei. The Rebbe says Hob makin hayor. That's what he said. Now he asked that I want to have an achiz. After such a bracha, you don't need anything. You will have my achiz begashmis. So the Rebbe gave her another piece of lekach, and says, "Those are zayin achiz b'gashmis." He gave her already one piece of lekach, and now he gave her another piece of lekach. Those are zayin achiz b'gashmis. That was it. This wasn't Tisha. So Durgan Cheshvan, I'm not 100% sure this prat of the Maisa, but this is where I heard from him. It's going back a couple of years, because I'm telling you, I heard from him Samach Bezel, Samach Gimel maybe. Comes back. And in Tish and Cheshvan, weißt doch, junge Leute, wissen doch, as, weißt doch, he realized that it didn't happen yet. In Cheshvan, he realized it didn't happen yet. It didn't happen. The first opportunity that it could have happened, it didn't happen. And they were like disappointed. The Pale, Chav Cheshvan, I'm telling you over from Ofer. Chav Cheshvan, the Rebbe Farbrengen. Chav Cheshvan. It must have been Toshim Mem Gimel. The Rebbe Farbrengen. And they were listening to this. Ofer was listening to Farbrengen in Tzvas. And the Rebbe started Farbrengen. That was Farbrengen. I don't know whatever. It was a mimer. And then the Rebbe said, Asido in Yonim, Asido Brochis, was Mizmamshech. In Elam Haza, Mamshech. Aber kedei the brachas are herabkommen, the pale mamish in Elam Haza Gashmi, darf man ankommen zu einem Spal ba'at Chaveli hu nenet chila. That's what the Rebbe said. Darf ankommen zu einem Spal ba'at Chaveli hu nenet chila. Darf trachten wegen jenem. Und wenn man tracht wegen jenem, ist jammer wert der Nimshach, der Brache, was ist schon Nimshach geworden zu dir allein. This is what Ofer was listening to, Chav Cheshvan, Tov Shin Mem Gimel, which was after his wife received the bracha on Yishayna Rabba from the Rebbe. So he told me he immediately, during the Farbrengen, ran home, and he woke up his wife, and he told his wife what the Rebbe said, and he said, the Rebbe told us Mamshech ben brachas, aber Kedei so Arab kum begashmi, darf es sein Eifen, but I'm a spal ba'at Chaveli hu nenet chila. So mainly they were thinking about someone that needs the same inyan that they needed, which was children. They didn't have children yet. The Mela, they sat down and they wrote a letter to the Rebbe asking a bracha for someone else. That was what happened. That's what happened. That's what he told me. Lepel mamish, if I'm not mistaken, Chavov El ze bei ze geboren geworden a kind. Chavov El from that year. I think his name is Dubi. If I remember correctly, his name is Dubi. But I'll call upon him. So this is a story. This I heard of Ofer Midovnik. Then he told me the story. He told me the story in whatever. Either some Gimel or some about. Then Ofer is telling me that he was staying by this house in Tovshin and Beis Chanukah. And there was this Eli, and this other person, I remember his name, and him. And Eli was expressed that he went to the Rebbe for a bracha and he didn't feel a varamkeit. I don't know whatever that means. Bekitzer, so Ofer told over these people, this Eli and whoever else it was, his own experience of Tov Shin Mem Gimel. The Maisa says, Ofer, I missed that point. Ofer had this child, in Tov Shin Mem Gimel. Then he had, I think, another 2 children. He had 3 children. And pretty much consecutively in 2-3 years. 3 years or so, 4 years. Then his Vatamid Milad, she didn't have any more children. His wife didn't have any more children. So this was like from Vav and Zion until Nun Beis, she didn't have any children. Now Nun Beis, he's coming back Hanukkah, and he wants to have a bracha for children. He's looking for a bracha for children. So Memela, he's telling these people that were staying in the same house, saying Hezach, so he tells them the story that he had. And this Inyan of Mispal Bat Chaveri Hunanet Chila. And the people they were staying by was a couple that also didn't have children. There was a couple that didn't have children. So they had this guest, they had a bunch of guests. They had this Ofer, they had this Eli, and they had this other person, and they were all staying in this house of this person, that this person themselves didn't have children. And so Ofer says the story, he says his story, and he says to Eli, and he says to the other person, that my atzah to you is that the next time there was another Sunday that they didn't go for Dallas, there was the Sunday they went, and then there was the next Sunday, and this they were talking in the middle. So he says, instead of asking a bracha for yourself, you should ask a bracha for your host, the person that's hosting you here, that's your ma'areach. You should ask a bracha for him. You should ask a bracha for him, and that's the rule. I'm mispal bat chaveri hunan tchila. That was the Nekudas Hadvar. That was Ofer's hatzah to Eli and to whoever else was. The Pale Mamish Ofer went to the Rebbe on Sunday, and he asked the bracha for his host. He didn't ask the bracha. He asked the bracha for his host. And Lepeo, this Eli, also went to the Rebbe on Sunday, and he also asked the bracha for his host. And this other person, whoever it was, whatever his name was, also from Bet Shemesh, also asked the bracha for his host. And Lepeo Mamish, on that year, Ofer had a baby boy. I don't remember when, if it was either Ov or El. Eli had a baby boy, either also Ov or El. This was Tom Hanukkah. And the host also had a baby boy. That was the story. Why did Ofer tell me the story? Because I was the host. That's the story. That's the story. So I didn't know the story. This was happening in Beis. My daughter was born Yutes of Nun Beis. Lepel, that was the story. But Lepel, I didn't hear about the story until either Samach Gimel, Samach Dal, I remember. It was when I went to Tzvaz. I was thinking of going to work in Tzvaz. There was a Svara. I went for Chaim Kaplan. There was a Svara that I should take a job in Tzvaz. So that's when I met Ofer, and that's when we discussed it. I mean, we've met other times, but I'm telling you the story. So I wanted to say this. I wanted to share the story. What's the Nekuda of the story? The Nekuda of the story is that we're Chassidim, and we talk about the Rebbe, we talk about the Rebbe Nos, we talk about all kinds of things. But there's a certain isbatus of Chassidim, which means that we're b'chinas bittul, and the mele yener zol unzayn neger. That's neger. Neger is that if you're a chassid, and you're emes a chassid of the Rebbe, so the mele, so you're a neger that someone else should have what he needs to have, and that should be neger with the emes. And that's we talk about what's Gimel Tammuz. Gimel Tammuz is to regard the Etzma Nefesh. The Etzma Nefesh is an Etzma Nefesh which is mushal for Yeshus. B'chlal, a normal person has Yeshus. Yeshus means he's interested in himself. That's normal. It's natural. Natural. How can you not be interested in yourself? It's at the neshama. It's at the Etzma Nefesh. It's at the connection to the Rebbe. So there could be a musig where Yanim didn't get. I wanted to share this story. I felt Gimel Tammuz. It's a time where we think about the Rebbe, we think about the emes of Chassidus, of being Chassidim. So I wanted to share it. So we could share it on the phone. We're sharing it on Farbrengen. No problem. I don't think about it. Nothing yet. That's what I call this night with you on the phone. But I figured now we're here together. I'm going to say l'chaim. Now, Mishra because Omfang the auction meeting. That's the Seder Advar.
And Omfang of us?
I can't hear you. You're muted, Mr. L'chaim. L'chaim.
How long is this thing going on already? This is Chassidus. Yeah, okay.
You had garnished. You had mir, yeah, that's clear. If I could hear you, I mean, you could unmute yourself. I don't know. I can't unmute you. I don't think I'm the host. I'm not the host. Da bin ich nicht der Host. Ihr sitzt da, also. No, sag ob es a guten Nigger. Slowly Brook. Sag ob es a guten Nigger.
I'm gonna go now. We're starting a bar mitzvah in my house. Chaim Shol's making bar mitzvah by us. Anyways, good to see you.
We started a nigger before that time. Yalla, the Yalla of the Chariton of Yalla. How does it start?
Yalla or Vakota Pizarena? What the Yalla?
We sang it before. We sing it again. Simi, I'm completely disconnected over here. Simi, I'm lost. Where are we? Meanwhile, I'll eat. Oh, I don't know. Your fault.
Oh, yo, na na na, na, yo, na na na, yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm talking. I'm talking already for, I think, 4 hours. 2.5 hours. Straight. The mountain is looking at Sekim. So I finished. I already said everything I have to say. I have to say everything to say. Cheski der. So you learned something. You said something. Learn something. Say something. Say something. Say something. Say something that we should help to inspire us. To explain that we can be the Rebbe's Yidden in 2020. 2020. Not only the people that were there by Simchas Torah, not only the people that were by Farbrengen, people that were born after Gimel Tammuz. There could be the Rebbe is real, he's real today, and the emes of the Rebbe is to megala the emes of us. And therefore that emes is not totally, if you remember him. Means if there's a Rebbe, there's a real Rebbe, you have to learn the Rebbe's Torah, you have to do the Rebbe's Heroes, you have to follow the Rebbe's lifestyle, the lifestyle that he taught us how to live. I don't mean his lifestyle, the lifestyle that he taught us how to live. And then we'll be the Rebbe's Yidden. We're not going to have what our parents had, what we had, what I had. You're not going to have it. Hey, look, you're not going to have it. You're not going to have it. No one's going to say you're going to have it. No one's going to tell you that you're going to have Simchas Torah. Simchas Torah was a special experience, and dollars were a special experience. But that's not what the Rebbe is. The Rebbe is not the special experiences. The Rebbe is the fact that he is the one that connects us to our real self. That's the pshat. That's what the Rebbe is. And that Rebbe is our Rebbe today. That's the Rebbe today. And that's the Rebbe which we want to connect to. That's the Rebbe which is Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe of Gimel Tammuz, the Rebbe of Dalet Tammuz, the Rebbe of Eight Tammuz. And that's the Rebbe which sends us on Shlichus. And that's the Rebbe which we want to connect to. We want our kids to connect. Not the Rebbe that gave us dollars, because the Rebbe gave us dollars, the Rebbe gave us dollars, but the Rebbe that gave us dollars is not here today. The Rebbe that gave us dollars, unfortunately, is not here today. The Rebbe that we saw as Mustera is also not here today. But the Rebbe, the real Rebbe, that is Megala us, who we really are, and that causes us to be able to connect to who we really are. That Rebbe is here today. And that Rebbe is real. And that Rebbe is the Rebbe we connect to. And that's the Rebbe which is going to bring us to B'yas HaMashiach. That is the Rebbe. What is Pshat? What's B'yas HaMashiach? B'yas HaMashiach says we're gonna have a connection to a Likus. We're going to do what we're supposed to do to bring a Likus Lamata. And that's what the Rebbe is about. The Rebbe is about revealing us to who we truly are. Not Pshat, we're truly who knows what. And the Rebbe is the Rebbe, and he's connects us to everything. No. The Rebbe reveals, what does it say in Peri Beis in Tanya? It talks about the mashal of the tipa, which comes from Mechav. And over there he says, and then from that Mechav it comes down to Bet Naim. And in Bet Naim it comes down to Sipor Niragel. Then he speaks about it. Idana Kshuram Yuchedes, Yichud Nifla V'otzum, V'mahusa V'atzmus Arishin, Shahoysa Tipus Mechav. Why? Because right now, the Tzipurnayim are being yonik from Mechav Ben. No, there's the Mechav Ben, and there's Tzipor Niragel of the Ben. And there's the Mechav, through the fact that Tzipor Niragel are miyuchad with Mechav Ben. So then it's a mugash in the Tzipurnayim. It's not Tzipurnayim. It's Tzipor Niragel of the Ben, which is Shurim Yechedes with the Av. We have to understand we are Tzipor Niragel. We're on the Shamas. We have the Shamas that are very, very weak Neshamas. Our Raya, our Guf, and our Gashmi is very, very strong. But we have a capability of taking those neshamas that we have, the Shashrei Shvach Neshama, and connecting it with the Rebbe. The Rebbe connects with us. And that causes that now neshama should be murgish, our true essence, which is our connection to Likus. And that's what the Rebbe is about. And that the Rebbe is the Rebbe of us now. And that's the Rebbe of us, Gimel Tammuz. And that's the Rebbe we go to the Eil for. That's the Rebbe we're talking about. We're not talking about a Rebbe. About the Rebbe danced in the Rebbe Farbrengen, and people have memories. That's true. It's all very, very true. But the people that don't have memories, the people that didn't have those experiences, could they really have a Rebbe? Could they really have a real Rebbe? Someone that thinks that you could only have a real Rebbe because you were here, I don't know, you're applicatus, he's missing the whole point. He certainly didn't learn the Maimer of Basiligan. I'm saying about Atat Tzav, I'm sorry. He didn't learn the Maimer. The Atat Tzav Maimer tells us that there's a Moshe Rabbeinu that connects with us. That connection is not totally in Giluyim. It's an Asmizdik connection. And we have to work on that connection to bring that connection down into our lives, that even if things are comfortable, we should still be uncomfortable with the fact that we are Moshe today. And that's what he talks about. He talks about that there's a Moshe Rabbeinu, that's Mitzav Bnei Yisrael. Then there's David of Yidden, which is the Yikro Lecha, and that causes even a greater union of Moshe Rabbeinu, Yikro Lecha. So, B'kitzer, there's a Rebbe. So it comes Gimel Tammuz. We go to the oil, don't go to the oil, whatever. We got a pen. There's a Rebbe, and there's a real Rebbe. There's a Rebbe that's our Rebbe. It's not a Rebbe in Elam Atzilus. The Rebbe is not in Elam Azagashmi. But he's a Rebbe that's connected to us in Elam Hazak. And that Rebbe wants to, his inyoni is to megala our connection to Likus, that our etzem mitzias is a Likus. That the fact that we're involved in Ilam Hazeh is all not really who we really are. That's a misplaced person. It's like a displaced person. And we have to internalize that Rebbe, which is the real Rebbe in us, and to bring it down into what it brings down the Hemsheh of not being satisfied with anything other than the Gula. It's a high madrega. It sounds very high madrega. I can't talk about it. But that's what it's talking about. I'm drinking a lot of mashkin. I'm almost chveisvos. I don't know exactly where I am. I'm not 100% sure where I am. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you about what I think we're supposed to talk about. Figure this out there.
Maybe we could make a for l'chaim for a few Yidden.
Brother Wolberg, I think you're on mute.
Rav Wolberg, nobody hears you. Rav Wolberg, nobody hears you. We don't hear you now.
You're on mute.
It doesn't say mute by Rav Wolberg. Maybe it's something with his own speaker.
Maybe the headphones. The headphones?
We can't hear you. Okay, Rabbi Isai, I don't know if he could hear us or if we could hear him, but I just want to say if you could hear me.
You hear me?
We hear you a little bit.
All right.
Rabbi Wolberg, we have just your Maisa about Offer Maidovnik.
No.
The same story happened to me last year.
We had a Farbrengen. My commitment to whoever it was that asked me to Farbrengen, I was Mekayim, I think. I think I was Mekayim my commitment. I'm not sure. 100%, not 100%. 0.5%, not 0.5%. Send them a bill. I have no bills over there. Kids around myself. Davaya,
Yeah, 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 Ooh, yeah, la, 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 la. Ah, yeah,
Gam, for you, it's still the middle of Gimel Tammuz. And me, it's like the middle of the night, yeah. It's like almost 12:30. That doesn't mean at 12:30 we have to finish. But after still done Ma'ariv, Hashidna Yonah. So we're going to say Agute Nacht. Some of you are going to join other Farbrengens and the Chassidus and whatever Misgeres. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure what Misgeres we are with. Misgeres or El Vachem. I don't know exactly. I'm not in the Ger. Not in the Ger. The Ger is that we should have a Shachs in the Rebbe. We should have an emes Shachs in the Rebbe. Have a Shachs in the Rebbe. Otherwise, our liars. Which means with our Shachs in the Rebbe. These Farbrengens should be causing a little good. We should have a good thing. I'm going to say Agute Nacht. I think that's it. Agute Nacht, everybody. And you should go do whatever you have to do. You have to learn Torah. I don't know, someone wanted to say, I don't know what, I saw a word, I'm not really sure. All these kind of comments over here. I'm not sure what the comments are.
Yeah. If I could say for a minute, you don't have to listen.
Wait, but I don't want to keep you stop hacking China. All right, Agute Nacht. I'm going to close myself.
Yeah.
All right, it didn't go dead. Oh, I see a familiar face. So Rabbi say, if everybody could make a l'chaim and daven for a few couples to have a child. The story that Rabbi Wolberg just said about Rabbi Meidovnik has been proven to be true in that situation where he davened for someone else what he needed. It happened to me also. My son, he's celebrating his first birthday. I davened for someone in 770 to have a baby when I myself was looking to have a child, and I came home. I landed back home where I live, and my wife picked me up from the airport and informed me that we were expecting our first child. So the story is a very, very true lesson for everyone, I believe. I didn't know this story. It just happened to me as well. And there's a few names. If everybody could please make a l'chaim and daven, especially if someone's in the same situation, so daven for someone else. There's a few names. I put it on the chat, and I'll announce it while I make a l'chaim for them. One is Chaim Hillel ben Dveira with his wife Chaimushka bas Charna Leah. Another couple is Chaimushka bas Shoshana Miriam, along with her husband Moshe ben Sarah Liba. Along with another couple, Nissen ben Risha, along with his wife Chaimushka bas Dveira Chava. Should be nifgad with to have Zar Chai V'Kiyama. Because of Chaim. Take some in Skula and Chassidus Farbrengen can uftan, can Malach Machal nicht uftan. Could all.
Rabbi Frimmerman, according to your story, they need to daven for us.
Maybe some of them are on this. Maybe some of them are on. But I, as somebody who was blessed with this bracha, through this schus of such a bracha, at least this was one of the schusim. So I want to daven for them. And if you could include them in your prayers, or if you know somebody that needs to have a baby, give them these names to daven them along with the story. L'chaim, l'chaim.